cracking.
Our lips, they tasted like those cigarettes. Staring at the moon, we'd go to bed. In my arms, you're safe and sound, without a threat. And I can't wait to see what happens next. How far can we get if we sail a little bit high, a little bit low? How far can we get if we sail a little bit high, a little bit low? We're still a little bit young, but I'm all in. We're still a little bit dumb, but I'm all in. We're still a little bit young, but I'm all in. We're still a little bit dumb, but I'm all in. Our lips, they tasted like those cigarettes. Staring at the moon, we'd go to bed. In my arms, you're safe and sound, without a threat. And I can't wait to see what happens next. How far can we get if we sail a little bit high, a little bit low? How far can we get if we sail a little bit high, a little bit low? We're still a little bit young, but I'm all in. We're still a little bit dumb, but I'm all in. We're still a little bit young, but I'm all in. We're still a little bit dumb, but I'm all in. to be a little bit high, a little bit long, completely alone. All the memories and all the days we've spent together. You feel it's over soon.
Hey guys, and sorry for the delay, but welcome to the next day of the Carbon Premiere, where the top tier challenger level teams are battling it out for a prize pool of $3,000. We here at Carbon Entertainment are trying to provide a place of consistency for high level players to duke it out whilst preparing for the main season. We started with 12 teams, and today we're down to 2. I'm Chloe Revive Bunt, and joining me at the analyst side of things is Daniel Zenny Doryland, Greg I Ride Keystone Lubeck, Christian Hawk Griego. I actually wasn't here yesterday, but my excitement level is like double the amount, so I'm pretty sure it counts. How are you guys doing today? How are we feeling about the finals?
I don't know if I have double the excitement level, but these are the finals. These are the best 2 teams. It's going to be a great set of games. How are you feeling, Greg?
I'm feeling great. I'm really excited to be back in the studio once again. The games yesterday, absolutely awesome, fun to watch, and I know today's series is going to be just as good, if not better.
You know, I was also absent yesterday, Chloe, so don't worry, I'm there with you.
He's new.
But, okay. But I did the VODs, I watched them, I studied them, and I'm really excited to see these teams face off on the Rift.
Now today is the final series showdown between Team Sky and Hip Grabbers. Both teams dominated, somewhat unexpectedly, the bracket stage as of yesterday. Team Sky was versus Cloud9 Challenger in a 3-0 sweep, where Hip Grabbers was versus Team Arsenal in yet another 3-0 sweep. Interestingly enough, throughout both of those series, again, fairly one-sided games, but extremely different styles of playing, which I'm particularly excited to talk about. But first, starting with Team Sky, up on the roster today, we have in the top lane, Sista, in the jungle, Vladfire1BG, at mid, Linsanity. For the AD carry, we have Fear, and as support, we have Trance. Now, their journey into the finals, really, starting from group stages, they had a 5-0, very dominant performance. One kind of close game. Interestingly enough, it was against Hip Grabbers. They had extremely long games and very low deaths, actually. I think the lowest record of average deaths throughout our group brackets in total. What can you tell me about these teams? Where are they coming from? What sort of play style do they have?
They are pretty much a definition of a just picture-perfect, textbook, perfect team. There's really no weaknesses. I mean, they went 5-0. They've gotten first blood every game except one game. I can't really point out a flaw because their picks and bans are perfect, but this team looks great. What do you think, Greg?
Perfect? I mean, that might be a little bit of an aggressive word, in my opinion. It is League of Legends we're talking about.
True.
But really, who I want to look at is Sasita in the top lane. That guy is a monster on Echo. Just really excited to watch him play, and potentially he's going to get some target bans today on that Echo, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Although, when I look at Sky, I like looking at their macro level play. They're a very organized team who work well together. And I'm really interested to see how their bot lane pairs up against Hip Grabbers. That should be exciting.
So on the flip side of the Rift, we'll have Hip Grabbers coming in from yesterday's and coming in hot, actually. They have like a very explosive play style. But let's take a look at their roster. In the top lane, we have Juvol Grace, a.k.a. JVG. In the jungle, we have Acadian. For mid, we have Golden Glue. As the AD carry, we have Cody Sun. And in support, we have Nahoon. Nahoon? Close enough. Now, Hip Grabbers, again, in the group stage, 4-1, so very dominant play, but the one game, of course, was taken off by Team Sky, which kind of makes for an interesting precedent coming into these finals here. Let's talk a little bit more about this team. Very high-skilled individual players, but maybe not as cohesive as Team Sky.
Yeah, well, everyone had question marks yesterday because they were running with substitutes. They had Naun, they also had Golden Glue subbing in, and we were like, okay, can this team really get it together? But they're just raw talent, very dynamic. I'm excited to see what they pull out because with this much talent, you can really just surprise anybody, and they might be the surprise that Sky has yet to face.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see the support roams coming out from this team specifically. Key game yesterday, Morgana, just absolutely camping mid lane. So look for those weird roams at weird times, and they found a lot of success with kind of tactics other teams don't do.
And, piggybacking off of that, it was also kind of a 3-man effort because their jungler, Acadian, was a monster with pressure when it came to trying to snowball that mid lane. And so I really think that Golden Glue's going to get a heavy advantage.
So kind of taking the camera out a little bit, let's talk about these two teams in relation to each other. The matchup could almost not be any different in terms of the mentality that we're coming in from the players and from their synergy. We have Hip Grabbers, who obviously relies on that talent, that raw talent and strength that they have. And then we have Team Sky, who a little bit more calculated. It's almost like a red versus blue thing going on here. How do you think they're going to fare against each other today?
It's really hard to say because you can predict it either way. But with Hip Grabbers, they love to dictate the pace of the game. I mean, Accordion, he really just takes it to the team. He can pretty much just say, this is how we're going to play the game. You're going to play our style. And on the flip side, Sky, they just try to calculate everything. If things don't go their way, who knows? Maybe they'll fall. But so far, they have yet to really fall under. So,
yeah, the Hip Grabbers, they just rely so heavily on that mid game and getting real scrappy fights and trying to get those 2v2s and Acadian with that huge jungle pressure. Really, before the other teams can get to that 5v5 macro game, they've already just smashed it wide open.
Yeah, I think this series is going to mainly rely on how effectively Hip Grabbers can throw Sky off of their methodical gameplay. If they can disrupt the pace of the game and kind of draw advantages out of that, I think they'll come out on top. But if not, Sky has it down on lock.
Starting from potentially the beginning of the game, the drafting phase, what sort of picks and bans are we looking at here? Are there any contested picks?
From what we've seen, just because jungle is such an important role, probably Graves and Nidalee. That's going to be my guess. I mean, there's possible for Echo, but it's really hard to say. I know both supports are great. We could see possibly Bard being contested. We can see Braum. We can see Trundle. But definitely the jungle's the one I would imagine.
Yeah, but mid lane, we also saw some Jace getting contested a little bit yesterday. Golden Glue was definitely playing that Jace, and it's something we may see today. So that could be I don't know if it's going to be contested, but Golden Glue may pick that up, and it combos really well with Acadian's Nidalee. They get that poke siege composition, and they're really good at picks. So we may see that.
Yeah, and also with Cody's Ezreal, he played that a lot yesterday, and if they kind of get that triage of pokes, that's going to be very deadly to Sky if they want to try and siege them. But it's also very interesting because I feel that if Golden Glue doesn't perform that well, the entirety of their gameplay is just going to kind of collapse.
Speaking a little bit more about the bot lane, I believe that's kind of our lane to watch. But Hawk, I think you had had a bit of an advocacy towards the jungle there.
Yeah, so the jungle is definitely going to be the most entertaining matchup to watch because both these junglers are extremely hyper-aggressive. But the bot lane, these are really LCS caliber bot lanes. I've seen Trance for like 4 years play. I've seen Naun. He's always been up in the ladder. And their AD carries have also just always been consistent. So professional bot lane, very hyper-aggressive junglers. It's going to be a very fun match to watch.
Yeah, not only that, but the supports. They're both playmaking supports. I mean, we saw Trance make some really, really great plays on Bard yesterday. And as we mentioned earlier, that Morgana roam really snowballing the mid lane. So both supports just really doing their job effectively. And it'd be interesting to see these two clash.
And one thing I want to kind of throw in here is that there was kind of a contested GP pick amongst all the teams with some bans. So I think that if GP is picked, that could sway the bot lane with that global ultimate.
So let's get dive in a little bit more deeper regarding this face-off of kind of like the Titans, very, very different Titans. But what are your predictions regarding today's series? Do you think it's going to be a sweep? Do you think it's going to be pretty close? How are we feeling, Hawk?
I absolutely do not know. I love to get predictions. It's just they're both very momentum-based teams, and they've faced off against each other before. Obviously, a slightly different roster, so they want a rematch. Hip Grabbers definitely wants to take that win back. They both just snowball once they get a lead, so I don't know if we have yet to see them on the defensive. We have yet to see them really behind, so it's new. It's going to be a new thing to see. Very, very interesting.
It's a toss-up, but numbers? Come on,
right.
you don't fuck him out.
4-0 Hip Grabbers. 4-0. I'm just going to say 3-2 Hip Grabbers. I trust in the talent. I think they'll come together. Maybe they'll drop the first few games, but they're going to come together.
Yeah. I'm a big macro game person.
Yeah,
So
see.
this is where I'm at as a support main. I want to lean towards Team Sky. I really like their macro play. I think it's going to hold together. They've been clean. They're on a streak. They're rolling into this group. This final is just absolutely playing beautifully. I do think it's going to be close. So that's why I'm going to give it 3-1 Team Sky.
Okay. Well, for me, I think Team Sky is going to come out victorious in 3-2, and I think that if they can make Hip Grabbers march to the beat of their own drum, they will have it down.
Oh man, see now I feel
I
bad
need
for
someone on my
like.
side. Come to my side. We're going to win this one.
I agree with you that I think
All
there'll be
right,
a
I'm outta
3-2.
here.
I've always kind of more admired the macro style of play, the calculative thought process. I don't know if it'll be enough for Hip Grabbers might, but that's kind of what I'm hoping for. Anyways, I think the lobby's just about ready to go. But real quick, any final thoughts on today's matchup? Anything we didn't cover, or anything we just want to talk about? He's like,
I mean, we pretty much talked about it. These players have to play now. We'll see what comes through. Any final thoughts, Greg?
Are you ready for trance?
and
Go
no,
ahead.
no, no, no,
Go
no,
ahead.
no.
No final
I'm not
thoughts.
ready for trance. So I think.
We're not ready yet. Hold on.
I think Sasita is going to dominate JVG in that top lane, and I think that could be where the game kind of swings on edge.
The shot call. Anyway, so now we'll see if Hip Grabber's individual skill level will be able to trump Team Sky's coordinated teamwork. Passing it over to the casters now.
Thank you so much, Chloe. And I am once again Alex Gill off the desk today, as I'm very happy to have a complete analyst desk to back me up, and I don't have to nearly talk as much. Joining me here in the casting area is Coco the Dragon, Coco the Dragon Damley, to be precise. How you doing today, Coco?
I'm doing pretty fabulous. I'm really ready and really hyped up for this finals between Hip Grabbers and Team Sky. And like the analyst desk said, it's going to be bloody, and I think it's going to be real close between these two.
The hype is indeed real. We had 3-0s yesterday. I do not think we're going to see another 3-0. Well, I mean, we're in the lobby. We're getting ready for Champ Select. But, I mean, just going back to these teams, I think the lane that I'm going to be watching this game is going to be that bot lane. There's a whole lot of explosivity across the map, but that bot lane, the supports, both playmakers in their own right for their team. I know that Cody's son had a 24-8 and 24 KDA yesterday, and that's opposed to the 11-4 and 24 KDA from Fear. So less kill-oriented, but both pretty close in the gold per minutes. And then, of course, the supports. It's hard to tell just based on those stat sheets. Obviously, those are support score lines, but the actual plays that they made were very impactful in the game. Special shout-out to Trance's Trundle. I'm waiting for those pillars to be coming up, just disrupting the team. But we're in the lobby. Let's take a look at these picks and bans, and we actually are already through some of them. And I'll just tell you right now, since it's not coming up yet, Jace and Nar have been banned out from Team Sky, who are on the blue side this time, and that is countered by Bard and Karma bans on the side of Hip Grabbers, trying to take those away from Trance. And I guess we're going to see triple Trance ban coming out here from Hip Grabbers.
It's a possibility. I don't think they'll focus all three bans onto Trance on this one, just because you still have a lot of threats coming in from the rest of the team. Like, yes, you have Nidalee banned out, so Acadian won't be able to pick up that one. And then Graves is still open. That's something to consider as well, because you never know, Sky might be able to pick that one up for Vladfire. And then Echo. There's the Echo ban that the analyst desk predicted. It's Sasita's not going to be able to play the Time Winder this time around. Yeah. And then again, pretty standard bans from the bracket stages we saw yesterday, really just getting away those hyper carries and those poke champions that everyone likes to play. And then there we go, Sasita going to go ahead and grab the Graves for his team.
Yeah, and I really like that pickup. They banned away the Nidalee, and Nidalee Graves were Acadian's mains during the group stage, and they were also highly banned against him during yesterday's games as well. He is able to step off of those champions, and he's played Rek'Sai as well as, I think he may have played Hecarim in the group stage. Y'all don't quote me on that. But he also played an amazing carry game of Kindred yesterday. Now, I don't know if we're going to have a repeat of that, but apparently Vladfire and the rest of his team are okay just picking up the Graves for themselves. And you can tell that these teams are really going through these picks and bans methodically, is that may be the word of the day. We've actually seen kind of a ramp up here from Hip Grabbers of approaching the group stage a little bit more casually, but now they're hitting it very hard as they know that the grand prize is on the line.
Oh yeah, and Acadian going to go ahead and pick up the Rek'Sai for himself, and then the Jhin lock-in for hip grabbers as well. So 2 strong picks. Acadian expecting a strong performance out of this Rek'Sai on himself because he likes to gank quite a lot, and really because of Golden Glue in the mid lane, he's going to be focusing there most likely, and then also looking around in the bottom lane because, like you said, and that's the lane to watch, very powerful bot lanes on both sides here. So maybe Acadian's going to want to try and roam around and be that sort of third man in the bush and just sort of influence that bottom lane a little bit more into his team's favor. So that's a possibility. On the other side, Ezreal and Trundle being picked up. Trundle, you can still say is a flex pick, but I think Trance is going to go ahead and pick that one up for himself because the only 2 champions he's really played in the bracket stage, and I'd have to say in the group stage as well, is that Trundle and Bard.
Yeah, and he played them incredibly well. If you didn't get a chance to see the videos, check them out on social media. Just Twitter. It's at Game Carbon on Twitter. I know that they're going to be buried a little bit deep, but there's some amazing highlight videos of some of these teams. And look for the future. We're going to hopefully be posting more VODs up there as well from this and future events. But I really got to say, Fear and Trance have to feel good about these picks. Ezreal, one of Fear's top champions. We saw it used to great effect yesterday, and he's going to be taking that once again to this bot lane. On the other side of things, Nayun actually had some amazing plays on that Morgana, and you might say that he almost won the game for his team when he played that yesterday. Now, obviously, there were a lot of other plays that ended up, contributing, but he was the one that got that started with 3 amazing plays in the very early game that got hip grabbers ahead early in Game 2 of the best of 5 yesterday, where they, of course, swept their opponents. We've got also, it looks like Jouvois Grace, or JVG, as we're going to be calling him, because we're pretty sure we're not pronouncing that correct. We're not even sure if anybody really knows how to pronounce it. But yeah, he's going to be taking the tree to the top lane, maybe a nod to some future champions coming out here.
Well, just being a general tanky top lane that Maokai can really become like an invincible tree later into the late game stage of these series is just the factor of it's kind of a counter against the sort of lineup that Sky has built, and because Graves early on, yes, he's a hyper carry jungler. He can have that capability to burst people down, and if you have this big frontline tank that also his Maelstrom that he has, it will sort of negate a 20% damage reduction, and so that will help out the burst a little bit more, and it really provides a little bit more zoning pressure for Cody-san on Jhin, as well as whatever they're going to pick up for Golden Glue, that be Morgana or possible Zed pickup. But yeah, I'm thinking that Nayun will be picking up Morgana for himself, and there's the lock-in for Syndra. So Syndra, stellar performance in a sense of just general assassination and picking composition and dueling. I really like it against the Cassiopeia on Linsanity. We saw in the bracket stage Linsanity going up against the Syndra on Demonte. Didn't do too well. And then it was sort of it was just an awkwardness to catch up. And so I'd have to say good pickup on that one. And then we'll have to see how Linsanity is going to do, because hopefully he's going to be a little bit more stable on that Cassiopeia now and won't be as focused down. But he still did well, and his team still carried through.
Yeah, no, and I definitely think both teams got a lot of tools that they wanted to get. Going back to that top lane a little bit, I do think that JVG, he picked a pretty safe champion in that lane as well, in addition to those other benefits that it's going to help his team out. It's going to allow him to make sure he can get through the early game and become a presence in the late game, and not allow Sisita to dominate that lane to the extent that he becomes unable to be dealt with. And now that said, let's take another look at that top lane, because we have actually a new pick. We didn't see this at all in the group stage, at all in the bracket stage, and that's going to be Poppy. So what do you think about this Poppy top lane from Sisita?
So Poppy's kind of been rising in the ranks in top laners again, because you start seeing a sort of trend happening in that top lane. And the top lane is beefy tanks with pretty scaling base damage, and it's just bruisers in general. Like we saw Sisita as Echo mostly focusing on just relying on that base damage and then getting the Trinity Force and really just rolling over other teams. And then same thing goes for the Poppy, and also you'd have to say the Maokai, because they already provide that own zoning potential, and with that you could say that they can go ahead and knock away that front line that Hip Grabbers is built up between Acadian and JVG, and just take that out of the fight and allow Vladfire and Linsanity and Fear to come in and clean up that back line. However, you still have Nayun to back him up as well. And speaking of potential and very powerful bot lanes, Morgana, Jhin, really hard to deal with if they're able to lock you down really for like an extremely long time.
Yes,
It's about it's a game or two on that.
I think
one.
we've all fallen prey to that bot lane duo.
Yeah.
Now, of course, these guys are at the top tier, and I know the analysts mentioned just how high caliber both these bot lanes really are, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing more from these players in the future. And right now we're going to see quite a bit from them in this very game, in this best of 5 series that they are going to be playing against each other. In Game 1, the big question on everyone's minds right now is, do Hip Grabbers have what it takes to break the as-yet unbreakable shell that is Team Sky? And I guess it really does seem like it's going to come down to which team plays better throughout the game. This Champ Select, both teams, like I said, have all the tools that they need. It's just going to come down to how these games are played out.
Oh yeah, and I'd have to say that this pick and ban phase was really close in just who won it, and I can't really give a favor over just right now because, as you said, like it's as every game goes, the better performing team wins on the top. So with that, I'd have to say, like, Acadian's going to be focusing a lot in this bottom lane and mid lane just to get Golden Glue ahead, deny lane sanity, get him a little bit more tilted, and then focus into that bottom lane to where Cody Sun and Nayun can use their tools and really apply that pressure, because that's a lot of utility coming in from that bottom lane from Cody Sun and Nayun. And then you have TDK Trance. He picked up the Ignite instead of an Exhaust. So that shows that they're going to be going for early trades potentially, really push that Jhin Morgana bot lane back a little bit further and allow Fear some breathing space on this Ezreal. So we'll have to see also where Vladfire goes as well, because he might be looking for those counter ganks as how Graves goes, just to provide that extra damage for these 3v3 trades potentially. And that's where also that being Graves, like being one of the strongest junglers in this meta at the moment, is something that we have to look onto, because if he gets ahead, he's going to get really far ahead, like leaps and bounds ahead.
Yeah, he will be dishing out serious damage. And that's another highlight of this matchup, I would have to say, is that the jungle is pretty contrasted. Acadian has tended towards these aggressive junglers, and especially in the group stage, I think he took it on himself to kind of carry the team throughout the group stage in a lot of ways. And he obviously doesn't feel like he needs to do that as much anymore. They've had some roster changes. They've got Golden Glue in that mid lane, and of course, they got Nayun in the bot lane to help support Cody Sun. And by putting Jouval Grace on a safe champion in that top lane, Acadian's really going to be relying, as you said, on the mid and bot lanes to carry the team in some new ways. Acadian, I guess, yesterday did build a pretty aggressive build on Rek'Sai, but it was because they were very, very ahead, I think.
Yeah, and you can get really aggressive with that, definitely. So we're into the game now, and I'd also have to state one more thing in this bot lane to watch is going back to the stats that we were given, the stats of just the gold per minute, the KDAs, and it was just, you saw the only big difference between the GPMs was about 10 gold per minute, and that was in favor of Hip Grabbers because of just how scrappy they are and how many kills they can get, and showing that it just shows the effectiveness of Sky. But they're getting caught out a little bit here, just putting in some early wards. But again, it shows also that Sky can work with less and get the same results.
Well, and this is actually how Nayun was able to get a huge advantage for his team in Game 2 yesterday. Is he was able to get a bind onto Sivir and then force a flash and a heal out of Sivir early on, and then it was up to Acadian to just easy gank that lane, and then that even enabled a roam from Nayun to mid lane to get a kill for mid lane, and so both of their bot lane and mid lane started off strong last time they did this. This time, though, they're opting for the cheesy bush start. On the other side of things, Fear was able to recall, didn't even use that potion, still going to have that in his inventory, and they're going to get a start on their own jungle camp, as all the way across the map, JVG is getting some help for Acadian on that side, and we have started the game officially.
Yeah, so keep your eyes a little bit down here on this bottom side, because this is where the level 1 Gs might possibly be coming into, and then also keep your eyes on the jungle pathing of Acadian and Vladfire. But here's the binding.
Yes, they did land it onto Trance. That's not the ideal target. His passive will keep him up and running, but still a nice painless early play here from this red side bot duo of Cody Sun and Nayun, and actually another bind, this time landing onto Fear, and they are feeling the pain as Linsanity actually forcing Golden Glue out of the lane very early.
Yeah, much more aggressive on Cassiopeia this time around. Linsanity doing a phenomenal job zoning when he can early on into this game, because Syndra doesn't have all the tools that she needs to really provide a lot of zoning and harassing pressure in this mid lane. Acadian roaming around, but Fear and Trance, this is the pressure of the Jhin Morgana bot lane, just pushing immediately back to their turret. Luckily, King's Tribute will help Trance stay alive a little bit longer, as well as Fear being able to just hopefully sustain a little bit more. Hasn't eaten a biscuit yet, but trades coming in on top. JVG going down a little bit lower than Sasita, and just keep an eye in that bottom lane because it's going to get real deadly real quick.
Yeah, and you can see just how difficult it is for Fear to stay anywhere close enough to farm, even under his own turret. And he is paying the price, now down 6 minions. The rest of his team doing all right, namely Sasita, who is kind of offsetting that imbalance in minions in the bot lane as actually Fear does catch up with that wave under his own turret. But a very volatile game in each lane as of yet. No kills traded across so far. We do have a potion popped by Fear, and that is going to mean he's going to continue to have to play defensively in this bot lane.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep watching how the level scaling goes for each of these teams. As Linsanity getting a catch on the Golden Glue, this might be the fight.
Yes, and Golden Glue actually now cannot get away from this. Acadian and Vladfire are both there, but it seems like Vladfire and Sanity have the advantage in this interaction, and they are going to chase away the jungle and mid laner for hip grabbers. No kills, but still, gotta feel pretty good about that if you're Linsanity. Both summoners popped for him, though.
And that's the danger of going into a 2v2 or even any even skirmish against Graves, because Vladfire did so much damage, was able to pressure off Golden Glue and Acadian there. Golden Glue being forced to use his Ghost as well, so at least one summoner for 2. Linsanity is going to be immobile for a while, though, which means Acadian can start looking for a possible mid-gank here. Cody Sun getting engaged on. This might be a little bit of a duel.
Yes, Trance getting in there with a nice pillar, removing any ability for Cody Sun to escape. Fear had been bound in where he stood and wasn't able to provide too much follow-up damage, but still, that troll in the bot lane proving to be somewhat of a force against this very aggressive Cody Sun Nayun bot lane.
Yeah, they'll keep the pressure on, but these pillars are going to keep being such a nuisance, as Sasita getting a nice wall stun there on JVG. JVG really low on both health and mana. Going to have to pressure this. Luckily, the minion's going to be pushed into his turret, so he'll be able to save farm a little bit. Acadian's up here. He might be looking for something, but Flash is up.
Yes, and Acadian is going to get the knock-up, forces the flash, and Acadian with the counter flash, able to pick up first blood for his team.
Yeah, wonderful gank there, being able to come in. No wards were in the river for him to come in and be seen at all, so Acadian getting that perfect one, forcing the flash out early, picking up that kill for himself. And you know what's also nice? JVG got an assist on that as well, so that's going to give him a little bit of an extra pat on the back in this top lane, making him help sustain a little bit better and more efficiently later on. Because now Acadian, that was just a very convenient gank for him. There's no consequence whatsoever on any other parts of the map, which means it's just 400 gold for him, which means he's going to get more aggressive. He went ahead and got the Tiamat for himself, which means he could go for a possible Titanic Hydra first, but I think he's just going to stick onto that Tiamat for now until he gets a possible Cinder Hulk jungle item on himself. So 9,000 to 8.5k for both these teams, and that's just the first blood benefit. Outside of that, even CS through all of these lanes.
Yes, by the way, both teleports used by the top laners, so they're going to be stuck in that top lane here for a bit. Acadian, meanwhile, turns his attention towards this bottom side of the map, as things have evened up a little bit in this bot lane as far as the lane pressure goes. But as you can see, Cody Sun still able to freely farm and denying a lot of farm for Fear as of right now. And honestly, Ezreal, right, he just has to be waiting for his tier at this point, and an opportunity to back off. Vladfire on the top half of the map clears a pink ward, as both junglers are always pretty close to this mid lane. She's Sasita and JVG dueling in this top lane. Graves is going to be pushing back Acadian there a bit as this duel continues. Sasita feeling very comfortable with approaching Juvol Grace off of his own turret, and actually he's going to be getting him very low, and actually with one final piece of damage. Sisita 1v1 Juvol Grace.
Yeah, I don't know what JVG was doing there because he knew he was going to lose that trade. And you had your flash up. You could have been able to just sit under turret and really just get back into a sustainable health level and health threshold for him. But the lane was pushed out evenly, which means Sisita was able to just sort of sit there and harass a little bit more. And yeah, interesting duel taken in for JVG, and then just Sisita coming out on top of that, sort of negating that benefit that he got from the Acadian First Blood in the top lane.
Yes, meanwhile, Insanity is going to be benefiting from his own blue buff, and that could change things up a bit in the mid lane. Blue buff for Golden Glue will be coming up soon. We'll see if Acadian gives that over to him. But it's 1-1 overall. Just 300 gold separates these two teams as Hip Grabbers benefiting from that First Blood more than anything. And I guess a pretty hefty farm lead in the bot lane. Speaking of which, Ezreal was able to pick up that tier and that sheen, so he's going to be able to put out a fair amount of damage, but still definitely behind in that lane as Cody's son returning with a fairly, I don't know, a fairly late farm-heavy build. I guess we'll see with.
Yeah, it's a little bit it's a little bit delayed to pick up a call on this side, but still, it's showing that with a tier and a call on both of the AD carries, really just. It's going to be a farm lane. There's not much else to say about it, and the only time that we're actually going to see blood now in this bot lane is if either Nayun or Trance is able to find a good pillar or binding onto one of the carries, and then there'll be possible jungle pressure to reply to that. But speaking of jungle pressure, Vladfire getting binded.
Yes, and he is going to be bound for quite a long time. The pillar comes out. Trance is going to defend against those shots of Cody's son's ultimate, and now actually the turn as Acadian trying to flee the scene. He almost is going to get onto Vladfire, but he's not going to be able to, and caught out of position. Acadian's going to go down. Golden Glue is going to go down as well in the mid lane in the 1v1, and suddenly a lead for Sky as they pick up kills across the map, and it's not over yet. Cody's son forced to flash away. Trance's ultimate is still channeling. Sphere getting the ultimate across is going to pull out the heal, but it's not going to be enough to get the kill onto Cody's son, and it stays to a 2-0 interaction overall.
Again, Acadian had flash on that time when he was getting caught out. He could have been able to just leap back over, and he decided not to. Tried to go for the possible trade in a 3v1 matchup, and Vladfire picking that one up for himself. And then Insanity, beautiful 1v1 trade, was able to get the ultimate onto Golden Glue, take that one out for himself. Also used a flash too, so Insanity, all summoners are up where Golden Glue flash down, ghost up. Beautiful trade there, catching him into ahead of this mid lane now. Got him 1,000 gold ahead team-wise. So now you've got at least two lanes. You've got Poppy and Cassiopeia. Insanity and Sisita are both ahead now in kills for these lanes of Team Sky, and it's putting a little bit of red flag up for me because we described Hip Grabbers as a team that is just strong just off of general individual skill, and they're getting outplayed by Team Sky, who Team Sky we complimented as victories through strategy and mid-game focus, and they're actually winning this early game.
Yeah, and the synergy as well is a key term in that regard, as they're finding themselves in an early lead, but don't count Hip Grabbers out of it yet. They came to win this thing, and they've made it this far. They are definitely not going to give up yet, as Vladfire, with 1 kill to his name, chases Cody's son out of the river, and they're trying to gain some vision control around this dragon pit. Both of these teams notably focused dragons as their primary objective in the group and the bracket stage. Generally, a few other teams seem to prioritize turrets a little bit more. We are seeing Vladfire in this bot lane, going to potentially look for a dive opportunity. Nayun does spot this out, or sniff it out rather, so they're going to back off.
Yeah, this will possibly be a first brick here because there are 3 players down for the side of Team Sky, as that means they might be able to get this. A dive coming in from Hip Grabbers. Will they be able to get this? There's Golden Glue.
Yes, Sisita is going to fall in this top lane. They're going to trade turrets here. The question is, which one is going to go down first? And it is going to be this bot lane turret. First brick, as it's called, goes over to Sky, and that's another big advantage, giving them even more gold in their purses. Linsanity pushing up in this mid lane, and they're not, and actually Hip Grabbers not even able to get this top turret off of that 3v1 dive. They need to try to get some action around this dragon, as 4 members of Sky are in the area. They teleport coming out here from JVG. Trance is going to be caught out by a bind, and actually it's going to be a retreat for Sky for now, as they actually do now just re-engage. Acadian going very low is going to flash out of that. Golden Glue is going to fall to Trance on the backside of this fight. Trance may give his life for it. JVG is going to be falling in the 4v1 on the other side of this split team fight. The Dragon as well going over to Sky in that.
Beautiful coordination there coming in from Team Sky, as just hip grabbers looked a little bit off footing there. Let's look at this right here. So Nyan, he's focusing on Trance, and then the rest of his team is up trying to get an Insanity. Curtain Call misses all 4 shots, and then the beautiful teleport and ultimate from Sasita and Insanity comboing the front line. Golden Glue gets separated from that front line, and here's the back line and the front line of hip grabbers just completely separated out. Damage dealers get to deal with the front line, while the rest focused on that back line. Is just really messy there from hip grabbers, and just beautiful coordination and separation of the team fight from Team Sky.
Well, and Insanity did such a good job of avoiding a lot of damage from Golden Glue, and was able to then immediately turn around once he had the support of his team in the area to get them that objective. And now they actually do have mid-turret in their purse as well. And that's giving them right now almost 3k gold advantage. Looks like Ezreal going to be starting out blue buff, if I can tell by the mini-map. Insanity surely would benefit from that. No, just clearing out wards potentially, and positioning to try to make sure that no funny business happens around this Rift Herald. Nayun and Acadian are flanking Trance and Fear. Fear tries to get on the other side of this fight, and with no other support in the area, hip grabbers do have to back off. Trance and Fear are enough to scare them away, with the threat of Linsanity and Sisita converging in the area potentially, and with no eyes on Vladfire, they're going to turn their eyes to this top lane, and they should be able to get this turret. But Fear and Trance are going to try to at least get something off the back end of it. Unable to do so as of yet. Actually, no, Trance does at least get one chomp down, but they've got no one else in the area, as they are just taking back control of that half of the map.
Yeah, and it's 2 turrets to 1 now, and then also the Mountain Drake in favor of Team Sky, which means their sieging pressure and their objective control is going to be that much more potent and have a good solid hold onto things like the Baron or other dragons later on. But now 5-3 in kills, which means it's still close in that perspective. And looking at the kills, you've got 1 kill onto Cody-san, and then the other 2 are on the front line of Acadian and JVG. And then on the other side, kills onto the solo laners. No kill for Fear though, but he has farmed up, and Ezreal, as long as he gets some items, he will be a very hard champion to deal with. And here is a possible fight, actually.
Yes, Trance takes up a lot of frontline damage there. Actually takes up the Nguyen ultimate as well. Juval Grace now to try to get there. Low health bars on the side of Sky as they're trying to break up this fight. Juval Grace finally does fall, but not before getting a double kill. Sasita now in the front line of this fight with 2 kills to his name. Golden Glue does get locked down by Insanity's ultimate, but he's out of mana, so they are going to have to back off of this. A 2-for-1 trade goes over in favor of hip grabbers.
And that's the fights that hip grabbers wants to look for. The ones where Team Sky is not able to get to their back line. That's where Cody-san and Golden Glue were able to dish out as much as they needed to, and allowed also Nyan to peel and zone from the backline as well. Acadian, sure, he got hammered away by Sasita, but there was already enough tank there from JVG to secure some kills from themselves. So picking 2 up actually for JVG. Those were the 2 that were in that fight. So even beefier frontline now. We'll have to see if they'll be able to get more kills onto Cody or Golden Glue, because they really need them right now.
Most definitely, as you do see the blue buff going over to Linsanity, realizing, well, if I'm running out of mana, this is the linear path to take, farming up just a bit more to try to itemize to get some of these power spikes, so that Sky, as they have done repeatedly, can use those power spikes to gain more and more objectives and to try to solidify their lead that they currently do have. On the other half, hip grabbers have found themselves an opportunity in this mid lane to get some damage on this turret. They've got 4 members in that mid lane as Acadian is cleaning up the Rift Scuttle on this bottom half of the map. Dragon will be coming up in about a minute and a half. They definitely don't want to give another one over to Team Sky. We actually had only 2 out of 17 dragons in the group stage were contested, but these teams are so evenly matched that they can't afford to give over any free dragons, as you can see them controlling their river vision as well.
Well, yeah, when we saw that previous dragon fight, you saw hip grabbers they were focusing champions and not really prioritizing that dragon. So yeah, they didn't really try and contest it, but actually curtain call up. This is a fight.
Yes, Linsanity is going to be caught out by that curtain call. He does go down. Golden Glue didn't credit for that one, as Cody Sun very safely in the back of this fight. They're turning it around. 4v5 right now on this mid turret, and it may be enough to get it. They don't have the minion wave as of yet, and Linsanity's only 15 seconds away from returning to the Rift.
Yeah, side waves are in favor of Sky right now. Big minion waves on the bottom and top, which means that JVG and Cody Sun will have to attend to those, allowing a possible 4v2 push into this mid lane right now, really just shoving that back and resetting, sort of getting their footing once again, because they just took a beating from 2 little skirmishes there, making the kill score even on 6 and 6. They are still about 1,000 gold ahead, which will help them out, but you just gotta have to look where that gold differential is, and it's mostly on, I'd have to say, Cassiopeia. Linsanity, he has 1, and 3, and he's got at least some even CS, but then also on Sasita as well, being 3 and 2 with 122 CS, and then it's pretty even, like it's really spread out, but I'd have to say the biggest majority is on Linsanity there, and Golden Glue working with what he has. Though I have to say, once he gets that next item, which I think is going to be a Rylai's Crystal Scepter for him, because he's building a Giant's Belt right now, it's going to spike up, because as we've seen, the catches that they've gotten has been extremely helpful, which has caught them up a little bit. So getting something where your damage slows them as well helps create more pick potential, and speaking of pick potential, Dragon not being contested right now, but Sky is on the hunt.
Yes, Trance is going to be caught out by that binding, but that's not the target you need. Vladfire looking to get in there for the smite steal. It's not going to be him. It's going to be the Fear ultimate coming across for the steal. Vladfire is a little bit too low to re-engage this fight. Sasita with a nice ultimate to get Nguyen and JVG back into this fray. Acadian flashes in for the knockup. Here comes the last ultimates from Cody Sun. Sasita is going to fall. A double kill going over to Golden Glue, as Trance also fell in that fight. Fear now going to be going down. It's a triple kill for Golden Glue, and he is going to be looking for more, as Vladfire was back trying to heal himself up. And with this, it's a 3-for-0 trade so far, but the Dragon going over to Team Sky.
Beautiful zoning there again from Acadian and JVG. Nyon was in the front a little bit, did get knocked up by the Sasita Poppy ultimate, but here we go. Right there, there's the steal, and this immediately initiates the team fight. Vladfire took a lot of damage, which means that the one damage dealer is gone from this fight, and it's a 4v5 right here. Cody Sun is being left alone, no one can get to him, and Golden Glue is safe behind the front line of hip grabbers, allowing Acadian and JVG to run through. Nayun helping that up, getting the double kill, and then we saw the triple kill just being picked up after that, going into this once more. So Baron is now live, and again, beautiful team fight, and they forced out that other damage dealer on the side of Team Sky, really making it a 4v5.
Yeah, and Curtain Call doing wonders in the last 2 times it was actually used. First, to get a kill onto Linsanity for Golden Glue, and this time, Golden Glue actually netting a triple kill off of that, and Cody Sun, he's not doing so bad himself at 1-0-5. That supportive 80 carry really doing work for his team. Have actually helped them get into the lead. They did lose the Dragon on that one, but you've got to feel pretty happy if you are hip grabbers, especially in this very, very important Game 1 against a team that as of yet in this event are undefeated.
Yeah, and sort of a mirror representation of what the analyst desk was saying is that Team Sky performed very phenomenally through the mid-game, but this mid-game right now, it's not in their favor, it's mostly in the favor of hip grabbers. But then again, Team Sky had a very dominant early game, but Insanity might be getting caught up by Curtain Call.
Yes, all 3 have landed so far, and the ultimate from Golden Glue, another kill fed over to Golden Glue, and he is 5-2-3. We talked about how he needed to get some kills and benefit from some of this early gold that was going over to his team, and now Vladfire is going to be caught out. Golden Glue trying to get in there for that. A nice magic shield from that Hex Drinker, rather, is going to keep him alive for now. But hip grabbers asserting themselves on the map, able to continue to solidify their control of this game.
Yeah, massive amount of burst and just pick potential here coming in from the side of hip grabbers composition. They're going to go ahead and rotate, clear these waves a little bit more, and they're also going to allow JVG to farm up in this bottom side. He has teleport available, so if there is a potential Baron Baron attempt by any of these teams, he'll be able to reply in kind. And then Sasita also has teleport as well, so he's going to recall and attend to this bottom lane. So also with the rest of the team, yeah, it's Golden Glue getting those 5 kills, helped him catch up, and also Cody-san participating in 7 out of the 10 kills here. And going for the Dustblade of Drakthar for this next item, because he picked up Youmuu's. He also has Moby Boots, so I've been watching, because usually you see Boots of Swiftness on Jhin in solo queue, and seeing this Moby Boots is actually pretty interesting, because sure, he'll be able to move around, but the Boots, the factor is that he's not getting caught out in these team fights, which means he doesn't really need that extra movement speed. So the Moby Boots lets him catch up to team fights and get in range for his curtain call, while he can just sort of farm up with Boots 1 when he's just being by himself. So it's an interesting pick, and I like to see that it's turning out effectively, but actually another fight might be happening in the jungle.
Yes, Trance is the one that gets stunned out from that, as trades happening in the bot lane. Sasita feeling pretty good. He's 3-3-0, but across on the other side, JVG is 3-3-5. So those extra assists giving him a gold advantage, not necessarily an item advantage at this point, but as he did yesterday, he continues to fight solo in his lane as another curtain call comes out. Trance is once again going to be bound down. Vladfire also bound and is going to get stunned there by Golden Glue. The ultimate comes out there. Hextrigger is going to keep him alive for now, but the pressure continues from Hip Grabbers as they are really just want to make plays happen in this middle side of the map. On the other side, Sky, they are not yielding very easily. They just need to find a way to come back in this, though.
Yeah, and Vladfire just, it feels like he's getting caught out continuously. Like that team fight at Dragon, he was caught out, which allowed it to be a 4v5 in favor of Hip Grabbers, and then again there, getting caught out. And then also earlier on, he was caught in the jungle, which forced a not a flash from him, but just a dash in a lot of his team to just help zone and reply. So it just feels like Hip Grabbers have his number, or he's just not playing to his average at the moment, because it just feels like he's a little bit offset because he's getting caught out, which means, like, again, here's another catch. They might be able to get him this time, though.
Yes, Vladfire at half health now. Trance is there to help him out, but you can see he stepped on a trap right there. Linsanity trying to catch out Acadian, but Acadian very tanky right now. Not the target that you want to focus down, as multiple members of Hip Grabbers rotating towards this mid lane turret, and we're seeing what we saw quite a bit. They love playing around this tier 2 turret and invading your jungle and trying to catch you out right around this area, and they've got a minion wave. They're pushing up into the area of Vladfire, trying to find a flank opportunity at least to push the Hip Grabbers off of this turret, and he is going to do so right now. Noyan actually caught out a little bit, but with that potential pinch, yeah, Sky is going to go ahead and back off. Sasita going in 4v1. He's pretty tanky, but he's not tanky enough. He does draw Golden Glue's ultimate out, and they're kiting this team fight back just a little bit. Here comes Cody-san with the curtain call. Insanity on the front side of that is going to fall. Cody-san getting a double kill for himself now. Vladfire is going to be exhausted, so he is going to finally go down. A triple kill for Cody-san, and is this egg crackable? Ezreal is the only remaining member alive, as 4 for 1 going in favor of Hip Grabbers, and they're going to see if they can get a Baron off of that.
Yeah, so they're just trying to catch up and help Sasita, who was caught out, but then they got caught out immediately. Look at where the backline is of Fear and Insanity. They are right next to Golden Glue and Cody-san. There's no front line to block them from his curtain call, which allows him to just get that double kill really easily. Trance super far behind, the flash, getting that Vladfire pickup, and then also Trance falling there as well. That means a Baron for Hip Grabbers, and again, just a little awkward there trying to do a skirmish and coming out in favor of Hip Grabbers once more. And that was more of a fluke on the side of Team Sky than it was anything else. Taking picking that Baron for his team, and he's got a GA as well. So this front line of Hip Grabbers is massive. Maokai and Acadian's Rek'Sai is huge.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the other side, I mean, Sasita, he's a decent enough front line, but he went in a little early, and that was the first one of the first times you really saw him. He's been on the other side of the map, and that's where Cody-san has found it a lot easier to get curtain calls. And then the one time he does join the fight, he's brought below half health at the very beginning of it. He's actually now potentially being caught out by a couple members of Hip Grabbers, but using that ultimate. Going to go ahead and knock Malachi away, even up that fight. Return to the safety of his own turret there. Looks like Cody Sun and JVG are going to continue pushing on this side of the map. Golden Glue now being caught out. Fear is going to get the outplay. Shut down Gold. Goes over to Fear on Ezreal. His first kill of the game. He's able to arcane shift away from the damage and then able to pick up the kill.
Yeah, wonderful catch there by Trance and Fear. You saw Golden Glue had no mana. Even though he had blue buff, it wasn't able to regen enough for him to duel them. And with no summoners, he was forced to flash and getting that kill quite easily. It was a good catch, but they're going to need a lot more of those to get back into this game, being at 8 kills to 14 and just about 5,000 gold in a discrepancy against Hip Grabbers. So tides have turned just a little bit from this early game. It's still pretty close. The gold differential is majorly in Golden Glue and Cody Sun's favor now, because the 4-0 Jhin and a 5-3 Syndra are going to be very hard to deal with. The damage dealers are massive on the side of Hip Grabbers, and it's just up to Team Sky's composition that they built of Fear and Fear's Ezreal and Linsanity's Cassiopeia to catch up. Same with Vladvir's Graves too.
Yeah, and that's the thing is the gold is on the carries, and the tanks have enough gold to be very relevant. And then with Sasita split pushing persistently, they don't really have their full front line from the side of Sky. And it looks like they're going to be rotating towards this bot lane. They lost that tier 1 turret. But yeah, Linsanity and Fear, they have to get back in this as far as gold goes so that they can be relevant in turning around these team fights. But right now, the story is all about Hip Grabbers, as here comes another curtain call. Trance is going to try to tank that up for his team, but now he's out in front, and under the turret, he does go down. Golden Glue getting credit for that one. Another kill going over to him. Vladfire now caught out. Sasita going to keep Acadian away for now, but it's still a broken team fight, as a 3-man stun is going to solidify another turret in favor of Hip Grabbers, and they are not stopping there. They've got the Baron buff, and they want to get into the base.
Yeah, Vladfire had to go back to base as well as the Sasita, which allows the Acadian and JVG to be up front and center here as the siege, and then Nayun, speaking of, goes in.
Yes, Linsanity pops both summoners to try to escape there, trying to do what he can to turn this fight around. Nayun is brought very low. The heal coming out from Cody Sun going to keep him alive for now, but it's going to be Sasita that's able to secure that kill for his team. And the turret is down, but the fight is continuing. Cody Sun is a little bit low on mana. He doesn't have his ultimate available anyway. Golden Glue, Juvol Grace, and Cody Sun fleeing the scene as a breath of fresh air for this Hip Grabber team. They are able to pick up 2 kills for nothing, but the base is open.
Yeah, and this is something that's another example of what happens if Team Sky is able to get to the backline of Hip Grabbers. Sure, the backline is very deadly and is most likely just going to obliterate you if they get the breathing space to you, but they didn't get breathing space that time because Sasita was able to go in, get Nayun, and catch up to Cody Sun fairly quickly, because that's the detriment of building Moby Boots as well, is that you're not really able to run away from anything once you get there, and just the composition of Hip Grabbers, they use a lot to get to you, but not a lot to get back to themselves. So JVG and Acadian being sort of separated once again, just a little bit, and then Golden Glue and Cody Sun would have to fend for themselves. And being a potent backline also makes him a very immobile backline as well.
Yes, Juvol Grace going to be spotted out by a ward. But yeah, I mean, you're by yourself, Vladfire, so he is going to indeed back off from that as a sapling, or in this case, a soccer balling, giving vision for the Hip Grabber side. Both Dragon and Baron are off the map for now. A little bit of a lull in the action as both teams reset. The lane's pushing right now. Top lane is pushing in favor of Hip Grabbers. Bottom lane actually does appear to be pushing for Team Sky, as Linsanity once again caught out in front is going to be taking a lot of damage there from Cody Sun, and he's unstoppable with that final execution damage. Beer trying to now carry for his team, but he is very low, and he is indeed going to fall. That's the tanky front line. Vladfire is the only remaining damage dealer available for Sky, as they are dropping like flies. Hip Grabbers are taking this one by force, and they've got only 2 defenders, and they're going to try to break open the base once again in this mid lane. The Baron buff does wear off, but they may not even need it.
Yeah, there's very little wave clear coming in from the side of Team Sky here. Vladfire, the only real one that can clear these waves, but the damage coming in from the side of Hip Grabbers is just going to be wiping these turrets and these inhibitors out fairly quickly. And they're going to go ahead and rotate and get this second inhibitor on the bot side of the map. So they'll go ahead and take this one for themselves, making it 2 inhibitors. They'll go ahead and they'll retreat for now. Don't need to bite off more than you can chew in this situation, and then again, Linsanity being caught out, just wrong place, wrong time, taken down by all 4 shots of the curtain call, and then the front line just being a complete nuisance against Team Sky. Unkillable Tree, as I stated in the pick and ban phase, has ascended to his final form almost, waiting on the 5th item for himself, and then it's just trying to retreat. They have the Windrake, they just picked that one up for themselves, so at least something to help them skitter away from the vengeful Team Sky for now.
Yes, and Hip Grabbers, they've come out so strong and explosive in this game, and it seems that they have done what they needed to do in disrupting Team Sky. And this is honestly, we talked about the momentum of these series and these teams, and I mean, if Hip Grabbers, if they really are as momentum-driven as they are, they've got a good start to this best-of-5 series. With Baron coming up here in 25 seconds, Dragon shortly after that. These could be the final objectives for these teams. Trance, Vladfire, and Fear looking for a pick. They need to find some advantage, as every time they meet on the field of battle, they have lost in straight-up fights. And I just can't wait to see the analysis breakdown, because this is going to be the first time that that Sky has potentially fallen if Hip Grabbers are indeed able to finish this one out. The Baron Vision is being attempted to be secured anyway by Hip Grabbers. Acadian now being caught out a little bit, but he is not going down very quickly. Vladfire now being caught out in front. Trance going to try to tank up the damage, but not able to do so, as Cody Sun is dominating now with that kill. Insanity on the front side of this fight, doing what he can, but he's going to be exhausted. Golden Glue is on a killing spree with that kill. They trade one across onto Acadian, but that's the tank, as opposed to being down 2 carries now. Sasita falls on the backside of this. He's got GA, so it's going to only delay the inevitable, and with minions pouring into the base, Hip Grabbers are looking to secure game 1.
Yeah, unfortunately on the side of Team Sky, their only answer and only reply that they had to do was contest that Baron, and that's what they did. And unfortunately, Nayun had great zoning pressure on the side there with Morgana, and then the front line of JVG and Acadian doing magic, allowing Cody Sun and Golden Glue the breathing space that they needed, and that's going to be the first game here in this best-of-5 series between Hip Grabbers and Team Sky, going over to HG.
Yes, Hip Grabbers, very, very strong game 1 here. And, I mean, we talked a little bit about how the team compositions, it was hard to really guess who was going to come out on top, but the really story of that game was that where the gold was. It was on the AD carry, it was on the mid laner. Golden Glue just absolutely able to obliterate his foes there at the end of that game. We're going to go ahead and toss it over to the analyst desk now, though. I'm sure they've got a lot to talk about. Take it away, Chloe and crew.
Hey, thanks for that, Gil. So just a brief reminder, we're here at Carbon Entertainment Studios. This is the Carbon premiere. I'm Raviv, going down the list. Zenny, I Ride Keystone, and Hawk. That was quite a game. I mean, obviously not what we us 3 expected.
Don't smile at me like that, Hawk. Get out
The
of here.
4-0 could be coming through. But so first, obviously, the early game was fairly in Sky's favor. They were showing pretty much their traditional style play, objective base, focused, calculated. But at some point, the game's momentum shifted in Hip Grabbers' favor. When/how did that happen? Throughout, where was the turning point for it to all go wrong in Team Sky's case?
It was pretty close for the most part until the dragon fight happened. And I critiqued Hip Grabbers for maybe not being the most well-composed as far as maybe strategic, but their team comp was amazing. They had just a tank in the front line. They had a lot of distance. Maokai had to be in front, and then Acadian came in, and then they had so much long range. That dragon fight changed everything, and that was because of their well-designed team comp.
Yeah, just early in that dragon fight, it looked to be going Sky's way, but Hip Grabbers kited it so well and really just waited for cooldowns to come up, and then they re-engaged, and that's when Golden Glue just started to roll on that Syndra, just becoming unstoppable as the games kept going.
Yeah, and also Cody-san on that gen got perfect positioning in the back line and was just able to snipe everyone for lots of damage. But I think the main issue was Poppy didn't have a dive buddy at all, and Jen was just able to freely deal damage to the front line, and that really swayed the
Just
fights.
really quick to interject, though. Boots of mobility, that's pretty genius, considering he's always in the back and he's waiting for somebody to start it out. Or he would just walk in and curtain call to start it. very genius. I wouldn't have thought about that. Well done, though. Yeah.
I am taking notes. But so what can Team Sky do to kind of regain their lost ground? Is there anything in particular that you think will kind of unbalance hip grabbers for this coming game too?
They picked really strong champions, but there really wasn't a team comp. They couldn't really ban out Cadian because his Rek'Sai was still pretty great. Maybe you take out the Jhin because that team comp relied on Jin's distance. Aside from that, though, they still have really good ideas. They're still a great team, flawless. Well, maybe not flawless after losing, but
not so flawless.
pretty close to pristine, and it's still going to be a great series.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to get Sasita back on that Echo pick. Something more, Poppy's good, but I don't think it didn't have near the impact that he had yesterday in the games, and that Echo pick was just massive. I think you need to get him on a matchup that's good in that top lane, just because he has the ability to carry himself.
Yeah, for me, it's not so much the champion he plays.
Right.
It's more just about how they play around him and like a 4v1 kind of split push. I think that if they just keep doing these 5v5 fights with each other, that hip grabbers will come out on top due to their raw skill. They need to shift it into more of a macro game.
Speaking of raw skill, that Nayun binding prediction though.
I loved it right there. I was sitting next to her and I was just like.
I know. I squealed a little.
Yeah, that was amazing.
But anyway, so we've also been talking about Cody-san a lot. On the Jhin. Would you say that he's the MVP of at least that specific match, or is there any other individual player on either team that you would really want to just give a shout out to?
Yeah, everybody played great on that team, but Cody-san, I can't really recall any time he was positioned poorly. He always had great ults. He was always initiating fights. He was always at the right place positioned, and he did his job. Cody-san, flawless, I would say MVP there.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. That Jhin pick is just so impactful, and we saw yesterday that it was getting banned away quite a bit, along with other 80 carries. So I'll be interested to see if Sky maybe decides to take that away or pick it up themselves. I think there's a lot more that both the teams can do in pick ban phase to really throw each other off their games.
And, following suit, Cody-san is definitely going to be the MVP for me as well. I do think Acadian did a good job of setting him up in the front line so he could have that free reign for damage, but definitely the MVP.
So does that change at all how we feeling about our predictions, or?
I still believe. I don't know. I think Sky. See, I did the 3-1. They just had to warm up, right? They're just. It's the warm up game. They're feeling each other out. The next game's going to be different.
If they are, truly the more intellectual based team, it's possible that they'll kind of learn from this game and really scale off of it. But. Well, without further ado, I guess we'll find out here shortly. Don't forget to tweet at us or hashtag Carbon Premiere or at GameCard on Twitter and send us your thoughts and feedback on who you think might win the series matchup. Back to you, Gil.
Well, welcome back, Coco. The hype was brought in Game 1.
It was brought, and it was bloody.
Done, been brought, and I think the analyst desk. They nailed all the key points. But it's going to be very interesting to see how the other team reacts here and see how Sky is able to take it. I think they're going to be on red side, actually, this game, and to see how they can actually use their pick and bans to give themselves more tools that they need. Let's talk about that Poppy just a little bit. Didn't end up working out, I think, the way that they wanted it to. And I actually really like what Daniel was able to say is that he didn't have a dive buddy, and he also wasn't there enough to block the curtain calls for his team. And because of that, Linsanity just kept finding himself out of position and dying early on in those fights.
I agree with that one. It's primarily the diving buddy situation, and this is where if they let the Jhin through this time around, they need something to block it. And moreover, I'm thinking just sort of as a just sort of light bulb in my head right now, Braum is a possibility.
I was thinking about Braum.
It's not like a super top tier support or anything like that, but it denies a lot of pressure from things like the curtain call from Jhin and other such harassment. Like Syndra, it can block Syndra balls as well. So Braum is a possibility to bring into this game too. So something to consider for Team Sky. And then on the other side, like Trundle did well in that bottom lane, but it wasn't like performing. But he doesn't also provide that diving buddy for Poppy that a thing like a Braum would do. And also on top of that, like I think that Sasita, as Key said on the desk, not as potent on the Poppy as it was for the Echo that he had in the bracket stage.
Yeah, and the thing about Trundle, going back to that, is you like to be able to isolate that tank and kind of nullify those tanky stats so that your carries can get in and get that kill and turn it into a potential 4v5 or give you that advantage. In those fights, they were never getting that opportunity. I mean, the front line there for Hip Grabbers was getting in and disrupting enough that Cody Sun's ultimate was coming in and catching out carries, and it was throwing Sky off of their game every single time.
Yep.
They looked strong at many points in that game, but it does seem like the recipe for defeating Sky has been discovered, at least in this game one. The question is, do they have a response in that case? What are they going to be bringing to the table? Braum is definitely a possibility. I mean, another big factor of that game was Cody Sun, a huge advantage early on just in that lane based on the pressure that their lane provided with the Morgana and Jhin.
Mm-hmm.
They were able to get off a lot of early pressure, and I think at one point Ezreal was behind in 30 minions. They ended up evening out a little bit, but it was just enough to bring them into the mid game where they were able to completely demolish.
Yeah, and I think Nayun just worked magic in not just the laning phase, but also the team fights as well. He was able to zone out pretty darn well. Like, he was on the sides doing sort of flanking with the bindings, and then also just flashing in with the shackles as well. So really well done by Nayun, and I'd say that he performed above my expectations for that Morgana pick, just as it was. Like, I'm already expecting a lot from Morgana, and especially Nayun in particular, but he did really darn well on that pickup as well. And again, as we were focusing on that Braum pick, I'd also state out that Vladfire didn't perform that well on Graves either. He did some early trades and was able to sort of thwart and negate the early stages for the side of Hip Grabbers, but maybe a possible other pick for him, because it didn't do too well. Maybe try it again. Like, it's a best of 5 series, so you can try. I think they can try it again if they want. They can also let it open and see if Hip Grabbers goes for it. It's a possibility, but again, it's something that's another flag that they need to consider as well, because getting a diving buddy if they need it, and also another more, I'd have to say, just better performance out of the jungle in this time around.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Graves is actually the number one first pick and the top pick from the group stage, and a lot of the junglers have favored more aggressive junglers like Graves. It didn't end up having the same impact in this game as it has in the past, and so especially, and I guess they're also on red side this game, Team Sky, and so maybe they ban that away instead, or they could potentially try to leave open both Nidalee and Graves. Mm-hmm. And then maybe pick that other one for themselves, or go a completely different route and maybe see what Acadian can do on one of those aggressive junglers. And that's the other hard part about this, is what we saw from Hip Grabbers coming throughout the group and bracket stages is not exactly what we're seeing right now. No. And it seems to have thrown Sky off a little bit. Now the question, do they have more? Do they have even more? Well, we're about to find out as we are into the picks and bans for game 2 of this best of 5 series. Hip Grabbers up 1-0 now after that first game, and the bans are coming out. First ban is Bard. Yeah,
so Bard just not going to be able to show that one for Trance. Gnar being banned out for JVG. Echo again for the side of Hip Grabbers, and really, this is something that once these bans go through, I'm expecting it to be about the same. Like, no Nidalee ban coming in from Hip Grabbers. There's a Morgana. Nayun very dominant on that one, so they're going to take that one away, which opens up another possible pick for that support line. Some other things might leave open the Nidalee, or a possible, I think it was a Jace. Jace might be the other one that they might leave open as well, and Golden Glue might actually look for that one, and that could be the priority pick. But you don't know. Team Sky, as we said, intellectual team, might have something for that Jace.
Yeah, and that's I really do like the Morgana ban, though, because 2 elements of that. The strong laning presence, landing a lot of keybinds, but then also being able to stop that dive potential. And really, we mentioned really Poppy was the only one that wanted to dive in. and it's really difficult when you're being met with the dark binding up front, and that really allowed Cody Sun to do what he did last game. And then, of course, also Golden Glue to dish out that damage for as long as they needed to pull that one out. Trundle being banned out away by Hip Grabbers, and so even though we didn't think Trance was able to bring it like he had in the previous performances, still definitely a potent champion in his hands. Syndra, the final ban there for Team Sky.
Yeah, and this is the first time actually that we've seen Team Sky on the defensive. We've always seen them on the offensive in this picks and bans phase. So you saw Morgana and Syndra being banned out, leaves the Karma and the Jace open. Immediate Hip Grabbers picks up that Karma, good flex pick, is able to go into the bot lane as well as the mid lane, and now that opens up a good little flex card, like it's a good card to show in the very first part of this pick and ban phase. And then Cecita still hovering over that Graves for the first pick here for Vladfire. Could see what they want to go for now. Could possibly steal away a Jace, but again, they could have something else up their sleeve to counteract that. And really, again, I'm expecting Vladfire to perform a little bit better on this Graves if they lock it in. And then this also opens up a little bit more experimenting. Fiddlesticks is locked in.
Speaking of experimenting,
now,
yes, we've got a Fiddlesticks, and I actually am thinking we might see that as a support Fiddlesticks. They might know something we don't. That heavy aggression coming out of Karma potentially, if that is indeed a support Karma. What do you think?
It's possible. The support Fiddlesticks is very dangerous to deal with, especially with the crows just silencing and bouncing back and forth. It is a possible middle sticks, though I'd probably favor the support over the mid in this
80
scenario.
carry Fiddlesticks. Called
80
it.
carry Fiddlesticks.
In C4 LCS. No, Worlds, I guess, at this point.
Well, you have to see exactly like where he goes and how this picks and bans goes out, because in a sense, okay, Nidalee's open, the Cadian can take that one, and looks like Vladfire's okay with going into the Graves Nidalee matchup anyways, expecting it. And with the performance anyways, like hopefully he'll come into that. But again, like you got a theory craft. Varus being locked in for Golden Glue, not going to be counted into that Jace possible counteract for them. Because,
alternatively, we did actually see this once in the group stage, and it was an 80 carry. I actually don't think it was Cody Sun. I can't remember for sure. But I would normally expect Golden Glue to be taking that to the mid lane.
Oh, yeah.
Only time will tell, as we're going to have to see. But either way you slice it, a good pickup for them. It fills a lot of the same roles that like a Jace would fill, as well as the potential lockdown with that ultimate. And it's leaving it over to Team Sky to grab a couple more champions, start filling out their lineup, and then they will have the opportunity to counter pick if they do so desire.
So this is the issue right now that I see with Hip Grabbers, just off of these three cards that they've shown. Karma, Nidalee, Varus, immediately, Sky can read this. It's a poke comp. They were going up against a poke comp. What do we want to do now? And they already have a Fiddlesticks for it. Soraka, exactly what I was thinking.
Trance
for a
did play
sustain.
Soraka in the group stage.
Going to go for sustain against a poke composition. Hopefully not going to be hitting the back line at all. And then going to pick up a Shen for this top lane. And it's just going to be hard engage. It's going to be Fiddlesticks going with Shen. Now they have a dive buddy. Jace being locked in. Now we know that Golden Glue is going to be taking the Jace, and then Cody Sun's going to be picking up the Varus, and then Maokai in that front line as well. So they have at least one frontliner to sort of beef up. And I'll like to see how Maokai works in. He usually works well with poke compositions, and then Vladimir being picked up. But it actually seems so.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Placeholder.
Placeholder.
Dang
it. Oh, we're
really hoping
so
for
much.
that, but it is going to be a Jhin pick.
All right.
I'm being told. So Jhin is the Fiddlesticks pick. And in case you're not really familiar, if you haven't necessarily seen this tier of play, these guys are just playing on their regular accounts. Not all of their accounts. They have all the champions, but to maintain competitive integrity, they can pick a placeholder, and as long as they communicate that in a timely manner, basically they use that as a filler, and then we remake the lobby, put the teams together, and that way they can get the champions that they need in the right order. So Jhin, we're all let down, but
it's still a good pick.
Yeah.
I still think that Jhin is a good pickup anyways, though.
Well, and against a poke composition, if you're able to, get off a good ultimate and slow down your opponents, it's going to make it easier for you to engage on them and get what you need. And with that Soraka as well, that's going to be huge in this matchup. And I wouldn't be surprised if Acadian does visit that bot lane a little bit early, try to get this bot lane behind early, as we're going to be resuming the picks and bans, just going through the motions really to get these players on the champions that they wanted. And yeah, it's game 2. And I really I think Team Sky, they're still playing a pretty consistent game. They have a very they're not deviating too much from the meta. They're kind of just modifying it slightly to counteract what Hip Grabbers are bringing. Hip Grabbers, on the other hand, they changed it up quite a bit here.
A little bit. They still have high meta picks, top meta picks, like Nidalee and also the Jace as well. I'd say Jace is pretty top meta right now.
It's getting there.
It's good.
After yesterday and today, it's been banned and picked in almost every game. So.
Yeah, and then it's an obvious poke composition, which means now Jin, the only thing that he needs to get through is that Maokai. So if Maokai is sort of a little bit disoriented and he gets open into that very thick but though thick, very vulnerable back line for the side of Hip Grabbers, and the sustain for Trance's Soraka will help him live through this composition of the bottom lane of the Varus and Karma. So we're going to help out with that one. And then also Linsanity picking up Vladimir. Let's see if he'll be able to deal with the harassment from Golden Glue's Jace as well, because last time we saw him on Vladimir, he was up against the Syndra of Damonte. He was able to sustain through it, and then was later able to convert into this very potent Hemomancer. And also, picking up with the Shen as well, we saw this one the last time that they played it, and yesterday in the bracket stage against Cloud9 Challenger. Extremely powerful duo coming in from those two champions.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That was a potent combination, and I think it really plays to Sasita's style, in that he loves to stay in that top lane or solo lane and just kind of slowly push, be safe. But this is going to allow him to join the fray if he needs to very quickly and with a great impact. And what we saw yesterday was Linsanity would come around for a flank on that Vladimir, and then immediately you've got a Shen and Vladimir in your back line, and it's enough to get that engage when you want it, for Vladfire, Fear, and Trance to come back at them. And that is going to be our team compositions coming in here. Another aspect of this game that we haven't talked about too much, Karma coming in. It has been banned a lot. It's been one of the most contested picks throughout the group stage and the bracket stage. We're going to see that on Nayun this game as Morgana is out. What do you think about that pickup in the grand scheme of things?
It provides a lot of utility for the backline here, just to able to move around and just outmaneuver the harassment. Probably get away from the curtain call on the side of Fear. And then also on top of that, just poke, and that's just how it's going to be for him. And then with Sasita, hopefully he's not going to be ulting visibly from the side of JVG, because JVG has tools to deny the stand aside from Shen. So hopefully he'll be able to coordinate that a little bit better with his team. They are the intellectually favored team here for this best of 5 series, so don't think they're going to be making that mistake. And then, of course, the hyper carry of Graves and Jin is just going to be a lot to deal with on the side of Team Sky. So if we see Hip Grabbers perform this poke composition to its utmost potential, it's going to be a very slow and methodical win for them, because it's pretty much going to be a death by 1,000 Qs in this one.
Death by 1,000 Qs.
Yes, all of the Qs,
it's
piercing
true.
Arrows, and just everything. So,
okay,
yeah, and then hopefully, well, the thing is like, even though it is like a very methodical and slow game for them in a sense of just like an overall game plan, you still have the stratagem of Soraka on Trance, so hopefully being able to sustain through all of that. We'll have to see, because that's the flip of the coin here. It's either Soraka's able to out-sustain all the poke on the side of Hip, or Hip Grabbers is going to be able to hit everything in 360 no-scope to win.
360 no-scope to win. Question, because that's a lot of pain coming in.
It's a lot of pain.
For Soraka. Soraka's got her hooves full for this one, I think. But I do like that pickup, and I do like the adaptations coming out from both teams. Hip Grabbers know that they have to keep things moving. They want to be a moving target, because as soon as Team Sky wraps their head around another team, we've seen what they can do with it, and they will just constrict slowly but surely and pick up victories. And Hip Grabbers, they're trying to squirm away and maintain their dominance with the momentum that they were able to pick up in Game 1. If you are just recently joining us, I'm Gil Frost, and this is Coco the Dragon, and we are bringing you Game 2 of the Carbon Premier Finals here from the Carbon Studio in Denver, Colorado. I guess it'd be a good time to shout out all of our social media, of course, at Game Carbon on Twitter. You can follow us on Facebook as well. We've got plenty more events coming up as we're really hitting it hard I follow me on Twitter, I guess, as well, at Gilfrost, Gillfrost, and then of course Coco the Doge is on Twitter as well. Where are you at?
It's at Coco the Dragon, or you could do at Coco the Doge if you'd like. You can add me on that.
Yeah,
I'm a lot of things, and
you are.
your caster's one of them.
You can't understand Coco. He's a complicated person. Many facets.
Yes.
To him, mostly memes actually.
Of the dankest.
The dankest of the memes is
top quality.
We're loading in. And it's a best of 5 series. So game 1, very important for that momentum and the mentality of these teams. But you do still have a little bit of breathing room to get to that 3-win range of trying to pick up the victory overall. As we are on to the Rift, as both teams heading out with their items, and it seems like we're going to see what we've been seeing every single game, and that's a defensive start, a front line for each team.
Yep, so good pickup here on the side of Linsanity, going for that Doran Shield just for the general sustain, and then also Sasita picking up a Doran Shield as well. So you see already, Sky wants to play for the late game, is if you didn't read it really from the composition that they built anyways from the big bands, that they want to get to at least 30 minutes in this game, scale up with items, and then fight, and like you said, pretty much just wrap around hip grabbers and just crush them with their team fighting prowess, while hip grabbers on their side, they're really just going to try and stab. And I'd like to say another good analogy with a poke composition is kind of like how one plays Dark Souls. It's 100 per. It's just the way to beat Dark Souls is 100 perfectly timed butt pokes in a row. And that's how you play Dark Souls, and that's how they have to play this composition. They
butt
just
pokes.
have to not get hit and just keep poking, prodding with the spears, the arrows, and the hypervelocity just gateways with harassment. So
yep. You're not going to see butt poking on any other stream today, I don't think. So welcome to Carbon Entertainment as the minions are crashing into the lanes. Both bot lane duos foregoing, most G's, and definitely not getting any early camps as the mid laners are clashing against each other a little bit.
Yeah, Golden Glue is going to try and use that early aggression of Jace just to force Linsanity off of these minions, because already Jace has one of the strongest level 3s in the game. So just forcing that one off. And then not to mention, his level 1 is pretty darn powerful too, though not the strongest to some other champions. And then again, just all of hip grabbers really forcing the aggression on as their composition foretold. They're going to be pushing that one in, hopefully getting some more. Beautiful harass there from all the lanes. And now it is up to Vladfire to possibly turn the tides for this game later on. Level 2 immediately there in favor of the bot lane of hip grabbers.
Yes, and I guess one question here as damage continues to be traded across is, who do you give your blue buff to in this lineup? We're going to have 3 pokers, and normally you're giving it to me, you're a mid laner, and I guess I'll probably do that again with Golden Glue there. But it's going to be curious to see how mana is going to be managed by all of these champions. Cody Sun and Nayun, normally going to be a very aggressive bot lane. You don't see a lot of Varus in the bot lane these days, but of course, right now Team Sky are getting the best of that. Vladfire meeting Acadian in the jungle. This is going to be a possible 3v3. The exhaust comes out onto Acadian. He's going to be brought very low. Fear does not actually get the lockdown, as Acadian was able to flash away from that, but the pursuit is continuing. Vladfire got ignited, and that's going to be enough to dissuade him from continuing here. Fear is now caught out. Soraka, heal's going to continue to come across to keep him alive. Trance has enough mana to keep it up, and Cody Sun and Nayun are going to have to back off for now.
Yeah, a lot of summoners used in that trade there, but Vladfire still keeping the pressure on. Here's Linsanity, actually.
Yes, Linsanity looking for the potential flash in, is not going to find it. Forces the flash out of Nayun, however, as trades happening in the top lane as well. But this grouping bot lane, both teams sending everything they have down there, except for Golden Glue for hip grabbers, is continuing to push in the mid lane, and he's only got a few minions lead because of it.
Yeah, Golden Glue, actually, this is really good for him because he's allowed to push the lane in, get attention back into that mid side for Linsanity. He's going to be able to go back, get that Tear of the Goddess, and come back and farm it up even faster now, so it's going to help him scale a little bit further into this game. which for a Jace is really good in this poke composition. And then again, I still think Vladfire and Acadian are going to be focusing this bot side because no summoners are up for the side of Hip Grabbers and Sky. No flashes, no heals, no exhausts, no ignites, just good old-fashioned, just basic
Pew pew.
pew pew QQ kind of thing. So even then, trades going on, Cecina and Grace really just not going to be doing too much, just a noodle fight really in this top lane unless Acadian is looking for something, but he's been pinged out, so not much going to be coming out of this top lane until, I'd have to say, level 6 is really when we're going to start to see the magic happen here.
Yeah, and Cecina, he is going to be feeling all right about this. He needs to make it to the mid game and just do Shen things, which right now he's farming up quite nicely. Juvol Grace doesn't really have what it takes to stop him at this point. As as you said, a little bit of a wet noodle fight. Both of them hitting level 5 just now. Trance going to be clearing out a deep blue ward for Hip Grabbers as the 80 carries are returning to lane. So far, 0 kills. A gold lead right now for Hip Grabbers, and that's primarily coming from the mid lane, but also a minion lead in the bot lane, netting them this slightly.
Yep, more damage coming in from Golden Glue, just doing what he can to keep Insanity thwarted into hugging his turret. Now you're in still with some good harass. And this is just the game for this early stage. Not much unless the burst comes out from Golden Glue. Golden Glue brought Exhaust though instead of Ignite, so he doesn't have strong kill potential. It's more forced into later game skirmishes. So just forcing Insanity to pop something and then just getting exhausted. But this actually might be a dive here. Whoa! First blood.
Yes, first blood does go across the Golden Glue as he explodes before Vladfire could even get in there. Vladfire knew that something was about to go down, but he was unable to save his mid laner, and Linsanity falls with 2 summoners still intact.
Yeah, and that's just the power of early game Jace being able to go in with Thunderlords, get a nice burst damage onto Linsanity, something that you don't really expect from a Tear the Goddess Dorn's Blade Jace, and just completely burst you down. Used Exhaust, so no reply at all for Linsanity. That's also going to force the rest of him to just, well, the rest of the laning phase for him to just play as safe as possible. He still has the summoners up, so he still has Flash and Ghost if he wants to chase or just peel around. But Cody's son, it seems the tides have turned here in this bottom lane. Trance and Fear now on the aggressive.
Yes, they're going to clear out a pink ward as Vladfire is there to give his presence to this bot lane, and they want to get something here, but Acadian is in the area. Here comes Shen, though, that level 6 advantage. Nayun is going to be falling there. Cecina and Vladfire are a little bit out of position right now, and Vladfire actually should be going down for this. Acadian getting credit for that as the roam's coming from Golden Glue in the mid lane. Linsanity staying away as Cody's son has slain Trance. A double kill for Golden Glue, and off to a 5-1 start. Hip Grabbers are making the plays.
You could see the plan that Team Sky wanted to do. They were able to execute it successfully. However, Hip Grabbers was able to read it really quickly, and with that, we're able to get 5 people down and make it a 5v4. Turret damage sort of just caused a lot of havoc, and not to mention Vladfire. You're going to see here, so Vladfire and TDK Trance actually sort of get separated from their team. So Fear and Trance really low, forced to use heal. Vladfire immediately gets separated, and then Trance is trying to help Vladfire, but that makes him alone as well. And then Golden Glue, again, because Hip Grabbers was able to read this tower dive, they were able to reply in full force. Golden Glue, my goodness, beautiful harass there as well, taking him down. And now you saw Nayun also in that mid lane. They are securing this lead for Golden Glue, and he is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yes, the roam continuing to be a benefit for having Nayun on this roster, as he helps his mid laner Golden Glue get another kill, now at 4-0-0. And Vladimir, he's at 0-2-0. He's farming up all right, but he is feeling the pain in this mid lane. And a nice sizable gold lead for Sky as Cecina returns to the top lane, somewhat dejected after a failed bottom lane for the, well, I guess it ended up being a 4v5, but...
Yeah, and they still did successful in that turret dive. It was just the fact that Hip Grabbers was able to read it so well and early. Linsanity still just, that was just a Q, and that took down a good chunk of Linsanity's health. Skyfear also getting separated a little bit from Trance, but he'll be able to heal up. This is also something that's really nice that really goes sort of under the radar for us as well when you look into it. There are 2 skills in this bottom lane from Nayun and Kodi-sun that reduce healing. There's the Ignite, and then there's also the Volley of Arrows, the E coming in from Kodi-sun. So that if you're sitting that area of effect, you're going to get less healing from Trance to Soraka, as well as heal. So
Yep,
that's
blue buff
it's
steal
just
coming
it's just
aggressive.
great counteraction, and then again now that blue buff steal.
Yeah, it's showing why Kodi-sun is on this champion in the first place. As Team Sky once again on their back foot, trying to pull themselves back into this one early on as we're just reaching the 10-minute mark. And Grabbers, they have come out grabbing in this one.
Yeah, they've got a really good hold onto this game already. Acadian looking for a potential dive, but they've already backed off. This is going to be the first turret of the game, most likely, which is going to make this gold lead that is already 13.5k, or 3.5k, excuse me, make it almost about 5k, as they are going to go and take that down. But actually, no, they were going to back off. No minions to help them out, but that's just a spear. There's the flash.
Oh, the flash from Acadian, and an amazing play. Fear now finding himself by himself, and he's going to be forced to flash out of this Acadian, waiting for the reset, and is going to get it. Acadian with a double kill in the bot lane, and they're now going to get that turret, and their lead is growing very rapidly.
Yep, and this is the death by 1,000 Qs, just a beautiful spear, taking out literally almost half of Trance's health. Flash going in as well, giving another blue buff over to Golden Glue, and then rotating down the turret to the Wind Dragon. They already got the turret, which makes this a 20,000 to 15,000 gold lead, so 5k now as it was for them, and it's just beautiful play here early on for the side of Hip Grabbers, and they have just taken a powerful just a complete domination right now from their side. And JVG's pretty much just reaping the benefits here in this top lane. Is really just, he's not doing a lot of work in a sense of just team perspective, but he's still holding his own. But Linsanity getting caught.
Yes, he is going to be ulting himself back to health, and here comes Shen. They've got shutdown gold. Soraka getting credit for that one as Nyan fleeing the scene. He doesn't have very much mana. Linsanity continuing the pursuit, forcing the flash out there, and they've got a breath of fresh air. They've doubled their kill count to 2, and they're pushing up in this mid lane. Golden Glue now joining his team, but that's 4 members against him, and they're looking for Brick, I guess.
Yeah, just careful.
Case.
Watch the burst from Golden Glue, though.
Yes, he dives in there. He is going to be caught out for now. And Fear, he's got his ultimate. No, he does not have his ultimate available. He just used it, rather. But they are able to get Golden Glue down low enough that they may be able to turn this into something. Kodi-sun and Acadian both rushing towards the mid lane, and that's going to be enough to stop Sky in their tracks.
Yeah, good defense there coming in from Hip Grabbers. And I'd have to say the reason why that was successful was because of Golden Glue being so far ahead. But this was just a miscoordinated dive coming in from Hip Grabbers. Nothing special except the fact that Trance stole a kill from Insanity. And really just uncoordinated. You can see that though they are a very dominant team, they still have their weaknesses, and in that they're not as coordinated as I'd have to say. Like, if I was comparing the 2 turret dives that they had, the Team Sky tower dive was actually really well coordinated compared to that one there by Hip Grabbers. It's just that the after effects and the consequences were much different, and that's what led us here to this 8-2 game in favor of Hip Grabbers. They also have the Wind Drake, which means the rotations are even faster here by at least 0.5 seconds if you want to move like from bot to top, if you want to calculate that. And now looking at items here, this is just so much negation. This is the counteracting against a Soraka on the other team. 2 Executioner's Callings already on the side of Hip Grabbers, 1 on Cody and 1 on Golden Glue. And that not just negates Soraka, but also Vladimir as well. Not as much healing. We saw that Q take out 1/3 of his health, and that's so much burst.
Yes, Golden Glue gets in there, forcing the ultimate out of Linsanity as his turret is very low. Acadian is in the area as well. And yeah, it looks like Linsanity knows he has to back off of this one as they just lost their top tier 1 turret. And they are struggling to find the ebb and flow of this game. Linsanity is going to be rooted up. He flashes away from Juvol Grace, but Golden Glue going to flash in for the dunk onto Linsanity, and that's a tier 2 turret that's starting to go down there. Golden Glue is caught out by the damage from the ultimate, but they're going to lose Graves in that as he thought he was safe enough to dive forward, but the raw damage coming out of Hip Grabber is able to take him down like that.
Yeah, Shield and Exhaust were used. Golden Glue used both of his summoners to survive that one, but again, like we saw, burst damage immediately from their team, taking him out, not even getting anything for his attempt, being it a 0-2 Vladfire Graves. And now it's an unfortunate continuation of just pokes and catches and the counteracting from hip grabbers, because the difference between a Morellonomicon and an Executioner's Calling is Executioner's Calling is always going to give you reduced healing. Always, no matter how healthy or low the enemy team is, where on Morellonomicons you need to be at least 30% health to get that proc for the reduced healing. So even like any poke from Cody-san and Golden Glue is going to reduce the healing, so which means not that much sustain. Red turret is going to be destroyed here in the mid lane. Now all they have left is the inhibitor turret to take down. Dragon's going to be up in about 2 minutes, and this is just clean, precise movement from the side of hip grabbers.
This is what you want if you are a poke composition, a huge gold lead like this. But, I mean, it's on your Golden Glue in the mid lane with that. The Jace damage is just too much to deal with right now, and he may be even getting another buff for himself here as Rift Herald is going to be going down most definitely. Dragon's up in a minute and a half. Top laners are now rotating towards the bot lane, but really there's just continued domination coming out here from hip grabbers as all the lanes are pushing in their favor. 0 turrets currently on the board for Team Sky. They need to make something happen. It looks like they're going to be revolving around this bottom side of the map, trying to get onto JVG. Vladfire is there. Gonna get the slow down. The taunt does come out. Soraka is there. That's not exactly a damage dealer. Vladfire doing quite a bit of damage right now. A lot of it being nullified by Juvil Graze's ultimate, and now Golden Glue is in the area, and Shen falls under the turret. Vladfire going to fall as well, and they don't even chop down that tree for it. And the lack of damage in that bot lane ends up causing Sky to pay the penalty.
Yeah, and this should be a chase down for Trance. We'll be able to take this one. Hopefully we'll get a spear. The 2 spears. There you go. Yep. Almost getting taken out, but he might die. No, he's going to be safe on that one as well. And it was just Golden Glue rotating down perfectly, and they were trying to get a catch onto the tankiest member of the side of hip grabbers, which they weren't even able to take down Maokai all by himself. It allowed Golden Glue to catch up as well as the rest of his team to get there and reply. You saw Fear, like we weren't able to see him on camera, but Golden Glue immediately wiped him off the table and came back down for the reply. And you might be asking yourself, how did this get to a 14-2 game? Both of these teams were 3-0. Actually, I'm going to hold there. Fear might get taken out.
Is going to be going down. Cody-san getting credit for that one, using that ultimate in the mid lane to take him right out of it. Acadian and Juvil Grace fighting with Linsanity and Vladfire, but you can see how fast Linsanity is falling. Soraka there now to keep him up. The Shen ultimate going to keep Vladfire alive for now, but he's not going to be joining this fight as Vladfire went down too soon. Shen does have teleport available, but it doesn't look like he's going to be using it right now as the damage has already been done. Fear and Vladfire are still in the base.
Yeah, there's no minions there to siege either. And again, back to what I was saying, like, with the question of how did it get to this point, like both of these teams in the bracket stage 3-0'd their opposition, and now it's a 16-2 game at the moment with a 36k to 25 about in both of these teams' pockets. And it's really, I'd have to say, in this game alone, it was that bot dive and Golden Glue's just performance in the mid lane. And when he was able to roam down, he was able to get that double kill, catch him up to speed, and really get rolling. And I have to say, because of that dive, they were able to assert it. That just shows the professional snowballing of hip grabbers and how they can take a mile, really, when they're only given like one victorious team fight in the early stages of the game. But Skyfear, there we go, Golden Glue legendary.
Not even enough time for me to call that one as Golden Glue, he had flash back up. Linsanity now going to be exhausted on the backside of this fight. Golden Glue looking for another shock blast and absolutely melts through Vladfire. And how can you deal with this? Linsanity is going to do what he can here, but it's not going to be enough. Trans healing him up for now, but you cannot deal with this 10-0-1 Golden Glue at just under 20 minutes into this game.
I think we finally understand now why Jace has been banned through the bracket stages. And it's just the dominant performance there from the side of Golden Glue, and he's just doing complete work on Jace. And then Ocean Drake going to be picked up here for the side of the hip grabbers, going to be the second dragon, and this is going to be the 6th turret for themselves. Taking it over. finally going to get it here, and it's not even at the 20-minute mark. We still got 35 seconds until Baron spawns, which shows the signs of the 20 minutes, obviously.
Yeah, like
so.
15k gold at 50 minutes in the game, that's not going to matter
They're
nearly
already
as much.
knocking on
We're
the
not
door
even
of
20 minutes here.
inhibitors.
Yeah, Vladfire, and it looks like, honestly, Team Sky are feeling just broken down in this game as they are losing their base, and they just don't have any answer to this, and I would not be surprised if we do see a surrender coming out here at this point of the game, because Sky really just has to start looking towards that next game. And when you talk about momentum, if you let this game play out, unless, I mean, Hip Grabbers would have to make a lot of mistakes for you to come back at all. And Team Sky, you've got to be thinking, let's sever the momentum where it's at and try to get something going in this next game. They'd be coming into that next game 2-0. But that still gives them that opportunity for the reverse sweep. Vladfire now getting jumped on. Juval Grace trying to finish this game here. Sasita, he's dropping very fast for a tank. Insanity trying to go deep. He's got the pull. He's not going to have the Zonias quite yet, as he actually does stay alive for now with Shen Ultimates. Vladfire and Trans both falling. Sasita just trying to play distraction right now. The teleport not going to be successful. A triple kill there for Golden Glue, and another inhibitor is going to fall. That's a complete set of inhibitors, and with that, the only targets left are this Nexus.
Yeah, they're going to be knocking down on this one. Fear just sitting back in base, and you can already see that Sky has put up the white flag for this game 2 here, and I'm going to go ahead and take this one down, take out the next Nexus turret. And though Vladfire, this is his last hurrah right there. That was just shooting him out. Just, I'm still here, guys. I'm here. It's 23-2, but it's 11. It's a 21,000 gold lead right now for him. So a little bit too far to catch up right now. And there's going to be the last hit. Acadian taking that 50 gold bonus for himself. That's going to be game 2 here for the best of 5 series for Hip Grabbers and Team Sky. And already the skies are looking bleak here.
The skies are indeed looking bleak. Not quite out of it yet. There still is a glimmer of hope as they have one more game left to show that they can find a victory here and potentially bring them into that game 4. And in their case, they need to make it to game 5. They need that reverse sweep. But no matter which way you slice it, their backs are up against the wall. Hip Grabbers have their number, and they have cracked this seemingly uncrackable egg wide open. Let's go over to the analyst desk and see what their thoughts are after watching that game.
Hey again, thanks, Gil. I'm feeling like a little demotivated after that. Like I kind of just like want to like uninstall League, and angst. But yeah, that was that was quite a game. Extremely fast. It was like almost a kill a minute there. I think it was towards the end with all the destruction going on. Let's first, rewind a little bit and talk about the team comps. We saw some new bans and some lack of bans that I think were kind of a pivotal point of this matchup.
Yeah, well, first off, I get to relax because so far I'm right. Although I can see the horror as like Jace one-shot somebody and she's, oh my god. But yeah, so the picks and bans were a little odd because they banned Syndra, but he mains Vladimir. Vladimir, as he did yesterday, he can pick apart a Syndra. Yet the Jace, which they banned, became an issue. Nidalee, which they banned, became an issue. They maybe changed too much. They seem rattled. They went for some maybe overzealous dives that it just didn't really look like the same Sky that we're used to.
Yeah, it's just really hard because we actually saw a game like this yesterday from Golden Glue on a completely different champion. Like we saw this on LeBlanc, so his pool's deep. So why even focus some of those bans onto Golden Glue? He's gonna have something. And if you ban out a pick comp, then they're just gonna go to that LeBlanc and they're just gonna blow up 80 carries the same way. So I really think focusing Acadian in this scenario is the best choice. I know his champion pool is deep enough, but you really have to get him off those aggressive champions because he just ruins your laning phase by camping middle.
So what exactly is your answer to Golden Glue then? Like if you can't ban him out and...
You got to put more pressure towards him. I mean, that's really your only option. The only way you can stop that, if you're not going to be able to fight that 1v1, bring your jungler in, maybe some teleport ganks. Like, give your mid laner some sort of resource, push your bot lane, let your support roam. We saw them do this yesterday, and it's not happening today.
And the bot lane was actually, for a little while holding its own. It was kind of like the last hope for Team Sky, so it would be it'd be nice to see a little bit more momentum there. Anyway, sorry I interrupted
No,
you.
you're fine.
Gave you more time to think. It was all part of the plan.
Thank you. The bot lane was holding their own, like you said. However, I think that they need to try and do more. The reason Golden Glue and Acadian are being so successful is because there's lack of pressure in the side lanes. So I'd like to see some potential more pressure coming into those lanes, because if they don't have the constant roams from Maokai and the bot lanes who's ahead, Golden Glue's not going to be able to pop off as much.
Well, they did have pressure in the side lanes. It's just too much pressure. They literally did a bad dive that put them behind. They had Vladimir roam, and then Vladimir got behind from roaming. So it wasn't just the pressure. It was mostly just not respecting, I guess. I don't know, miscalculations, take it what you want. But from a methodical team, there's just too many miscalculations.
Oh, yeah. They definitely miscalculated how much healing Maokai had and just kept diving him to no success at all. I do think that Morgana and Syndra need to be unbanned and ban Jason Italy, though, for this next game.
So, I mean, this might be a fairly obvious question, but are we looking at Golden Glue as the MVP of this game, or was there any other standout, among the carnage that you could possibly pick out?
He had an advantage from Vladimir roaming, and he abused it perfectly, played the cleanest Jace. The champion that was banned, he really showed why it was banned. So, yeah, Golden Glue for this game, MVP.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really argue, but I'm still really impressed by just how much pressure Acadian brings with this Nidalee. Golden Glue's not going to be able to do the same stuff without that pressure he's getting from the jungle and from his other side lanes. So even though Golden Glue has the big stats here, I think Acadian's just really changing the series massively.
I agree with Greg. I do think that Golden Glue is obviously just popping off in this series so far, but Acadian has applied the necessary pressure. But I do want to give props to Golden Glue because he chose the right times to roam. We saw Vladimir go down to bot lane to no success, as you pointed out earlier. But then Jace did it like 2 minutes later and got like a double kill, and it just snowballed that lane further.
Yeah, I've kind of got to give Team Sky props a little bit for really trying to push that organization, like the 4-man at bottom, even though they were clearly behind and it very much backfired on them. But to pick themselves up and like, all right, we're going to do this. I thought that was quite cool on their part. But speaking of, since they tend to favor longer games, do you think, maybe it's just hip grabbers kind of unpredictability and aggression essentially kind of throwing them off here? Or, I mean, like, it's hard to kind of diagnose, why they might not, be performing their best, or maybe conversely, hip grabbers is just performing amazingly. But is there anything, you think you could point out to that might just kind of help them with this series?
I'm just shocked there hasn't been any like genuine level 1 strategies yet to figure out exactly where junglers are, and maybe just throwing Acadian off of his pace. It makes it a little harder now that lane swaps are less ideal to really do any crazy level 1 strats and kind of throw them off. But I think you can still maybe do some weird invades at unoptimal times, or even get deep wards, and that really helps the Acadian pressure back off from your lanes if you know exactly where he is in the jungle in that mid to early mid game.
So do you think it's better to try something unconventional in this case, or should they? I mean, it doesn't seem what they're doing is necessarily working for them right now, but it might be just what they know. So I guess there's risk either way.
Yeah.
Any other? Oh, go ahead.
I'm going to disagree with you there, Greg, because level 1s, I mean, all the junglers are starting on the opposite side of the bot lane, so bot lane can either do the camp or
I'm not
cheese.
talking about the first clear, though.
Well, I just mean
not
like
first clear.
the level
First clear is
1
easy.
I'm just saying, like, if you do a level 1 invade when you have to win 3 games in a row, if one of those goes wrong, then you're just going to completely shoot yourself in the foot. Like,
but I mean, is anything going right for Sky at this point?
Here's the thing. I'm actually surprised at how well they are able to draft hip grabbers, because there's a Soraka, there's a Vladimir. They all had Executioner's Calling. They picked the Varus. They're actually surprisingly outdrafting the team that's usually smart about it. So they just kind of need to go back to what they're doing. Be smart about your picks and bans and what you're picking into. I mean, they had the counter pick. They could have let Syndra go through and then just pick the Vladimir to destroy it. They let Nidalee go through, which, I mean, Nidalee and Acadian, he can really go off on that champion. And they're making really dives that they wouldn't normally do. So they need to relax, maybe do some yoga, come back, and just go back to what works for you, because this little change-up that's not your style, Sky.
That 5-minute in the lobby
Yeah.
yoga. Is that your secret to success?
Quick yoga.
Yeah, no kidding.
But anyway, crap, now you just like derailed my train of thought.
Do
and,
some
like,
yoga.
Yeah.
League of Legends.
Relax. Yeah.
You and Sky are on the same page, so it really just got to work it out. But I really just want more pressure coming out from Sky, and there was pressure there, but it's just at all the wrong time. So that's something we really need to look forward to, and hopefully they can just figure out some sort of solution to dealing with Acadian's pressure. I mean, you got to figure something out because right now it's not working.
Yeah, because I kind of had high hopes for their team comp. I was like, all right, they got the poking, but we got the heals and the tankiness and the carries and so Zenny and I were like, this could be shaping up pretty good. And so I feel like it should have happened. And then you mentioned the executioners calling in Varys and such, but. Anyway, I guess that about wraps everything up here. We're going to be sending it back to Gil Frost over there on the Acaster side of things to hopefully take it to more than just 3 games. See you there.
Yeah, Game 5 the dream, right?
Yeah, Game 5 the dream,
It's
boys.
true. And we've already seen 2 3 and outs.
Yep.
And I just really want to see what Sky can bring to the table because I know that they have more inside of them. But Hip Grabbers, to their credit, they have been dominant in those first 2 games, and the momentum has just been swinging more and more in their favor. And I really just want to talk about that mid lane a little bit. You pick that Vladimir, and he just gets punished so hard early.
Yeah.
And he never makes it to that late game where he could be a presence. And then from there, you just can't deal with what else they have to offer. And the poke comp has returned. We're seeing Jace rise to the top here, maybe of the meta. It could be a fluke, but with how much we're seeing it, I can't help but to think that we're going to be seeing it a little bit more. The question is, are we going to be seeing it here in this next game?
Don't think so. I think they're going to ban out the Jace. It's just plain and simple, just no more Jace. Through the 5-minute yogas that we've had, the Tai Chi is what have it, we've decided that it is within the common well-being that we should ban the Jace.
Yes.
And possibly also in Italy. Because those two, like they said, I'd have to say MVP, definitely Acadian, because of the fact that he just performed so much more in a sense of global pressure. And Golden Glue, he's phenomenal as it was, but he really just took that one by himself and then is just kind of following up and really picking up the scraps as Acadian kind of came in or sort of asserted himself a little bit more than Golden Glue did earlier on. But you reap what you sow in a sense. So they both dominated really well in these earlier stages, then just carried it into a victory. So again, picks and ban phase, expecting that Jason Italy not to be there, and then possibly just deal with some other options, because I think that yes, the Morgana and the Syndra were scary. It's just that they weren't as intimidating.
About that. Yeah, that's something maybe more manageable or at least expected. Find something that you can push them onto that at least you can plan for, because this moving target that has been Hip Grabbers has been impossible to guess, and nobody would have guessed those picks coming out there in Game 2, but we all saw how that turned out. We are into the picks and bans, and right away, Jace is off the table as Team Sky are back on blue.
Yeah, so there is a possibility for the Nidalee ban being that 3rd ban for Team Sky. Never know, it's a toss-up right now, because they can still consider other things, like Karma was still actually something you could throw away, but they still decided to go against the Morgana and ban that one away. So Nidalee is open at the moment. There is still a 6th ban on the board to be shown, and
this is going to be an interesting one, because you ban away Nidalee or Graves, you leave the other one open potentially for that first pick, which has more often than not been that first pick is either that Nidalee or that Graves, depending on who's open. Or you leave them both open. Acadian can get on one of those, and they are actually going to ban the Trundle away from Trance, and that means that Acadian's going to get at least one of them.
Yeah, and this is also something that Team Sky need to analyze, or have been looking at, and just have been scrambling through their, I'd have to say, spell books, like a C9 spell book or something like that. As it's just something to, what can you do against Golden Glue's assassins? Because you notice that he performs extremely well on assassins, things that can burst you early and then just, he's so far ahead you can't deal with it.
Yeah.
So the Jace, the LeBlanc, what have it, the Syndra, what you have. And so it's really figuring out what you want. Garen is interesting. I think that's a placeholder.
I think that's
possible.
a placeholder.
And
fool me once, but I doubt that that's actually going to be.
They'll let us know.
So it's Karma. Yes,
there you
okay.
go.
So that and a good first pick. Actually, I think definitely in the top 3 of first picks.
It's a good flex pick,
from the group stage at the very least. But then that is going to leave it over to Acadian picking up that Nidalee, and they're going to pick up Cody's son another Jhin game. And one thing about not having Nidalee or Graves banned is if you are a first pick, you don't have. I mean, as long as you're okay with getting either one or potentially going off on the third most popular jungle pick in that Rek'Sai, you can just see what jungler you're going to be going up against. And I like that Vladfire is going to be on that Rek'Sai this game. It worked very well for Acadian in game 1. And so we're going to see if Vladfire can have that same impact, while Fear is going to be picking up that Ezreal. So the Ezreal Karma bot lane, I'm excited to see that as well.
It's a good pickup. I like the Rek'Sai on Vladfire as well because he hasn't been performing at all on the Graves this series. So finally it's just, let's see something new, guys. So something a little bit more tanky, something frontline that you can really just also assert something. And this also allows Sasita, because we know that Garen is a Karma, which means it could be a flex pick for either Trance or Linsanity. So it also allows Sasita to possibly pick another Bruiser champion, because we've seen him do really well on the things like the Echo, which Echo being banned, like there are other possible options for him. You could see, I don't think a Poppy will be coming up either. Syndra's going to be hovering over, being hovered over now, and then Braum being hovered as well. But actually, the Poppy, against my expectations, going to be locked in, most likely going to be going to the top, and then Braum there to help with the Jhin in the bot lane. So that's a very potent bot lane already.
Yeah, and Sasita, of course, playing that in game 1, now going to be over on JVG's side. And we talked about Braum after game 1 as well, and that is going to round out that team comp a little bit more and potentially give them an opportunity to have, they already have, I guess, a strong front line with that. And they are leaving over that counter pick to the mid lane. Going to see if they can get Golden Glue on somebody he's more comfortable with. And I don't know about this pickup. Rumble, we saw him in multiple games, and he has not really had the impact that I think he was intended to have in that top lane. But I do know that Sasita does enjoy that pick.
Yeah, it's something that can start going and start rolling really well if it gets a good solid lead and a strong advantage. However, it does require a lot of tools to do that. And Gangplank being hovered over at the moment, and then Lissandra actually being locked in as well. So those are two good flex picks.
Yeah, I was going to say, we could see either of those in the mid and the top lane. We've seen, of course, Gangplank normally in that top lane, but it does put a little of the onus onto Golden Glue's last pick here as to who he's going to be playing.
Yeah, but it does show us that Karma is going to be going into the bot lane for Trance. So that's an Ezreal Karma bot lane, which good harass, though Braum was a good reply for Cody Sun and Nayun to have that. Also allows a lot of denial. And then,
Cody Sun is just going to be behind the fight anyway, just pew-pewing.
I'm expecting the Moby boots again, just to sort of be away from the fight. And then also with the Poppy being locked in for JVG, allows even more zoning potential. But you saw that they were sort of dancing in between in that second phase on the red side for those picks and bans, that they were going to try and bait out a possible pick, but then they just showed their top anyways, because top is top for Sasita and JVG. They've kind of been having a noodle fight back and forth anyways. Yeah. So don't really need to have to counteract it. So they allowed Golden Glue to pick up that counter, and I think it's a pretty good one. Yeah,
but Syndra in that mid lane, of course, was the last pick, and we're going to remake now the lobby so that we can get that Garen off of the table, and that's really going to be Karma. Other than that, status quo, everything else is going to be remaining the same for this Game 3 between Team Sky on the blue side this game and Hip Grabbers on the red side once again. And Team Sky, they've got to pull out a victory here. I like a lot of the things that they're bringing to the table, but we talked about how really it's how you play it. It's how you play these champions in these compositions that you're playing. I would argue that Game 1, pretty even champion select. Game 2, very surprising comp coming out of Hip Grabbers. And now a little bit more of an even champ select, so I think Sky's got an opportunity to come out playing the game that they came to play and the game they played all throughout the group stage and the rest of the bracket, because they need to make something happen here in Game 3 as the picks are being filled out.
I'm liking also the Lissandra pick, because even though they said, we noticed, Golden Glue likes those assassins, those bursty champions, Lysandra, once you hit level 6, you'll be able to at least stay alive, because you've got the ice shards, which will help with wave clear, push them back, make sure that the wave's going to be a little bit even in the earlier stages of the game. And then, of course, once you hit that 6, you can either Frozen Tomb, lock them down in one place for Vladfire to come in and reply with something, or to be able to stay alive in yourself. And it also provides a good amount of initiation as well, because Linsanity can sort of go in for his team. However, with the build composition that they have sort of constructed with a Gangplank, Rek'Sai, Ezreal, it's more of the reactive play. It's setting up the barrels, throwing down with some poke from Ezreal as well as Karma, and then going in once they see that the prey is ripe for the picking, pretty much.
Yeah. We're going to really also have to see what Vladfire does in response to Golden Glue.
Yeah.
He went out of control last game. Definitely impactful in that first game, getting a lot of kills and on that Syndra being very difficult to deal with. And they've got to think of that as a factor here coming into this game. See if they can get Insanity going in that mid lane against this Syndra, and just allow Sasita to be in that top lane with that Gangplank. He has been really strong on that, arguably, in the past. And just see if your bot lane can do what they can do. If Fear and Trance get to that late game, they can make the plays if they get a little bit of gold in their pockets. But they have to be able to, find a way to get to Golden Glue, I think, in this one.
Yeah, they have an answer at least. They have the Frozen Tomb, Glacial Tomb from Lysandra, so we'll see what they can do with that. And then again, we haven't seen a good performance from Gangplank in the Carbon Premiere. He's done okay, he's done subpar, but he hasn't been something where you expect him to just be like, oh, let me just two-shot your backline with barrels. Because people have sort of figured out how to deal against him, and it's just, I'll just hit that barrel once and it's done.
Because you want to see some Echo plays. Watched last night, actually, Sasita on that Echo. Which is why it's actually been banned out against him.
Well, yeah. If you notice when Gangplank gets behind, he's not really able to set any barrels at all, like no barrels whatsoever. Yeah. Because it's just really hard for him to catch up, and then when the barrels, and players know how to deal with that when it gets to a point where he's just so popular and infamous in solo queue as well as team queue as well.
Yeah.
So, and then something also we've seen, Jhin has been very visible in the Carbon Premiere as well, just going off of that, because he's something that he can get behind, but he can always sort of stay even. And he's not something like Lucian, where it's short-ranged and dependent on the mechanical skill of the AD carry player, but just general positioning and being able to snipe away. And with the boots of mobility that Cody's again, I'd have to shout out for Hoglu. It was a genius idea in quotations from him, so it was a good pickup as well. And then going into, I have to say, like, Syndra and Nidalee, they're going to do the exact same thing as they did in the last two games. Just try and face roll as much as possible, and it's up to Vladfire and Linsanity to now survive the battering and siege from those two players.
Yeah, and one thing that we've seen repeatedly from Acadian is jungle pressure early, and he's on that Nidalee. He loves being on this champion, and when you have the momentum in your favor, when you're somewhat inside the heads of your opponent, as hip grabbers arguably are right now, it's 2-0 in the series, Acadian's going to be looking to strangle this team from the inside out, and I would not be surprised if we see Nidalee across that river, making things difficult for Vladfire and continuing to keep them on their back foot a little bit in this fight. We're just into the delay. Once again, this is the Carbon Premiere Game 3 out of the best of 5 series, and this could be it for Team Sky, as Hip Grabbers are one win away from taking that grand prize. And I guess I just want to see everyone bringing the hype on social media. I know Twitch chat's got to be going nuts right now. Go let the memes reign true.
Let them not stay dreams. Let the memes become themselves and ascend into the Twitch chat.
Wow, that was poetic right there.
Very, thank you. I try.
I feel honored to be in your presence.
I wouldn't.
Such a statement.
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
All
right, I'll think about it.
Feels bad, man.
Actually, I'm having second thoughts already.
Yeah. Back to the game here. I just wanted to point out also that with the invading personality that Acadian has. I'd like to see how Rek'Sai does with Vladfire on Rek'Sai, because he can be a little bit weak at times, but still Rek'Sai has one of the strongest early game stages clears in the game, so might be able to get something, and not to mention can reply, though not as damage output wise, just more utility and zoning pressure compared to that of, say, like a Graves, which he has not been performing on in this series, which is always a concern because it might not be the champion, it might just generally be the player that just the player is on tilt in the game, and he's just like, I don't know what to do, I don't know where to be, and Acadian really has his number and really rolling over as much as he can. And then also, I'd have to say Nayun has been able to get the number of trance in this series as well, been performing above and beyond and really been able to zone out as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and that's once again why I just love that Nidalee pickup is you're inside the heads. You need to keep that rolling through this third game, because as soon as you pull back a victory in this best-of-5 series, if you can find a way to bring your team back up into a winnable state, it's that game 4 is anybody's game, and right now we're in game 3.
Yeah.
And so Hip Grabbers, they want to stop it here. They want to call it an early night and end it where they can. We are now on to the Rift for game 3. The hype is real. Let's see what these teams have to offer, as Sky starting out on the blue side and Hip Grabbers on the red side for this one.
Hey, adventure onto the Rift one more time with us here. Coco the Dragon and Gilfrost guiding your way through this game. As it's just through this whole entire series, I always get a giggle in my mind because of how these games have played out. Just first off, the logo of Hip Grabbers, that it's a T-Rex holding those little grabber toys that from the good old days.
Yeah.
And then it's just sort of like, because of all these Pokemon, they're just like, I gotcha.
Yes.
And it's pretty much this general series is they've really had a hold and a grab onto Team Sky, and I feel like I think it's pre-planning. It was a lot of pre-planning on the side of Hip Grabbers because they watch these games and they're like, okay, this is the strategy that Team Sky likes to run. This is how they like to play. We're going to counter it, and we're going to counter it through our own comfort play style. And that's what they've been doing. JVG's been doing phenomenal on the top side because you saw in the bracket stage, JVG actually liked to pick carries quite a lot in the group stage.
So I'm on Fiora.
Yeah, Fiora, he had a great highlight, and now he's playing tank, so you see that they had researched this team, and they're like, okay, just go ahead. We're going to let Golden Glue do his magic, and Cody Sun's going to do that just basic backline carry, and really just built a strong composition and play style for them to counteract Team Sky. So now it's up to Sky to reply in kind and create a new counter or just change up their play style to throw off Hip Grabbers here.
And it seems like Acadian is making some of the calls at the very least. Probably a lot of them is actually, I'm going to have to stop there. Cody Sun and Nayun have been spotted out at their own buff, and they are going to not be able to finish that one off as Trance and Fear get the best of them early on. Nice job for them. But no, I mean, that early ward, there was an early ward on that blue buff. Early semi-invade there from Hip Grabbers, just so that Acadian could try to keep tabs on Vladfire early on to know which side of the jungle he's starting off on, and we'll see what he does with that information. So far, Fear and Trance coming out fighting. Sasita already has JVG a little low in this top lane, and the mid lane, as you would expect, being pushed up here by Linsanity. Italy is making her way towards that mid lane right now.
Yeah, and this is something I forgot to mention while we were into the delay, was that when you have a Braum on the other side, Braum is one of the supports that having one of the strongest level 1 setups and also being the safest support to pick up a jungle camp with, Sky was able to read that, and they were like, we're going to go ahead and invade the bot side and see if they're going to go ahead and do that drop steal, and they were going to try and take that. And they read it, they got a good harass, and they've pushed them immediately against their turret. So good job on the Team Sky changing it up, and also getting a reply from the analyst desk. Good level 1 strategy there, but Acadian showing pressure in this mid lane.
And actually did a pretty great play there. Knew that blue buff had not been done right after as a second buff. For Vladfire, I guess realized, or at least guessed, that it was still on the map and was able to pick that one up. The blue steal went mid, unable to find a kill there or really any action necessarily, but met by Vladfire nonetheless. And now both junglers on the bottom half of this map.
Yep, just gonna grab the blue buff for Acadian and move on into some just basic, a little bit of a slow breeze at the moment for them, because a lot of action in that bot lane means that they're just going to try and reset. And the junglers being in the mid lane will have to go back to the jungle clears for themselves. So it looks like Vladfire was able to clear out his jungle first for himself and goes ahead and recalls, and looks like he might be going for that Tiamat first this time around. Once again, JVG getting spotted out with that ward in the bush, which means Sasita is going to be able to get that bandit proc once more with that mastery. Fear, just the trades back and forth between these two potent bot lanes. And I have to say, the lane to watch through this whole entire series has been this bot side, and like we stated, and it's just continued onwards. Like,
Yeah.
sure, mid lane has been something that's been very bloody, but it's the performance of these two solid duos in this bottom side.
And
which is
very
really
volatile, yeah.
Very volatile.
In all of these games. And I Fear and Trance feeling a lot more comfortable in this matchup. It's Karma back on the table. Sasita doing very well for himself in the top lane. Fear continues to get caught out by these binds, but he's not too worse for the wear. Currently up 10 minions. Those minions are going to be crashing on the turret, and so Cody's Sun going to be looking to catch up here at least a bit. Sasita trying to drain Poppy as much as possible. Poppy, though, does still have 3 flask charges as he just returned from a teleport. Trance burning down Nayun and Cody-san. They are actually going to have to recall fairly early.
Yeah, good job there by Fear and Trance. Sure, there's no ignite on this on any side of the duo bots this time around, so no really hard engagements or trades. So just gonna play it slow, but still, Fear and Trance, because of the poke composition that they built down there, is going to be able to win it over when they get that advantage. So they're good job on their part. 13 CS ahead for Fear, so that's almost about a kill up. But the call on the side of Cody-san, but I'm going to have to stop there. Golden Glue taking some harass.
Yes, he's going to use Cleanse and Ultimate to get some damage onto Vladfire here as the chase continues. He's going to have to back off, though, as Linsanity was there to support him. But Golden Glue, a nice job escaping death, but does lose both summoners on that. Linsanity only had to use Ultimate for that play.
Yeah, Golden Glue still doing work here in this mid lane, getting some good solid harassment. Sanity going in, but Acadian's there.
Yes, Golden Glue is going to be feeling the wrath of the global pressure here. He flashes across to get that kill. It may mean his death as well. He may say #worth, though. Acadian there to clean that one up. Trance and Sasita both a part of that kill.
Yeah, if there was a chat, I'd expect an all chat and just a #worth there coming in from Linsanity, because he was able to get the first blood. Gives him an advantage onto Golden Glue this time, so Golden Glue's playing from behind now for the first time in this series, I'd have to say. And with that, Sky really turning around their playstyle, and they're doing a good job in this early game. They did have a strong early game performance in game 1. They're coming back to it, doing well so far. Sure, they were able to get the trade back and forth, but Acadian picked that one up, so Golden Glue is, like I said, still behind. However, the MVP from last game has a kill on himself, so he might be looking for some more engagements and more possible dives, because Nidalee can burst out anyone on the side of Team Sky at this phase of the game.
As we did see Acadian in that top lane, that means Vladfire is safe to come here into the spot lane. Cody-san does flash away. He's been exhausted. He's going to be taking a lot of damage. Vladfire getting credit for that one. Fear and Trance get a gank from their jungler, and they are going to be able to get a nice push going here as Acadian guessed wrong in that top lane, hopping right over the wall, leaving it open on the other side of the map. And Sky have a response, and they are trying to make this game go to game 4.
Yeah, it's perfect here. In this series, the clouds are clearing up for Team Sky, as now we saw, like we said, the lane to watch in that bottom lane. Only real heavy influence or heavy trading is going to be during a jungle attention from the jungle. And with Vladfire coming in, getting that kill, they might be able to get the first turret for themselves here. Looks like they're not going to be able to. Damage is pretty low. Actually, they were. I wasn't able to see the health bar on that one, but picking that one up. First blood and first turret for themselves. Beautiful start here for Team Sky.
Yes, and they did lose some damage onto Linsanity here. Acadian is going to be there for the potential kill. Linsanity does ult himself for a little bit of healing. And Acadian now actually is caught a little bit out of position there. Golden Glue taking up the turret for his jungler Vladfire on the pursuit. But with a 2v1 situation, they're not going to be able to do too much about that. Trance now finally here for the response, but the stun from Golden Glue is going to be enough to stop them in their tracks. Sasita with the kill is going to be able to make this an uneven trade in favor of Team Sky, and they've got the mid turret in their sights.
Yeah, Pounce does damage, and that aggroed the Raptors and took the kill for Sasita, so a little bit unfortunate for the side of Acadian there. So now he's down, and you saw Acadian was getting a little bit aggressive, and he has it looks like he has a Dark Seal, so getting that one, which will help healing out of potions, but also you could see a build for Morellonomicon. However, with that death, I don't think he's going to be building a Morellonomicon this time around.
Yeah. Or Magi's?
Or yeah, I'm sorry, Magi's. I'm getting items mixed up. They're both books, right?
Yeah, exactly.
They're both books, and I'm not good with books.
Yeah.
So
I ain't got that book learning.
No, but JVG doing some good harass, but yeah, wasn't able to reply to that roam down, and then Cull being picked up on Sasita. 79 left on that, so.
Yeah,
doing well.
The new bank plank build coming out of Sasita in this game. He doesn't have flash, but he does have teleport. Linsanity caught out by Cody Sun and Nayun. He is going to be trying to escape from this. He's got ultimate available, and he takes the claw. Cody Sun, he's got his ultimate available. He's trying to find him. Trance is going to take that one up for him. Acadian in the area, not going to land the spear. Here comes the Gangplank ulti. Trance trying to heal up. Right now, he's in a sticky situation, but he is still alive. Vladfire now in the area as well, and they escape alive, and everything that Grabbers has been throwing at them has been met with just enough to keep Sky ahead.
Beautiful zoning and beautiful communication there from Team Sky. This is the team that we've been seeing through all of the Carbon Premiere until now, and now it's coming back. Cody's on taking them damage though. Linsanity pretty low. Will he be able to get a kill? He could ult right now. Fear doesn't
have ult available. Cody Sun seems to have disconnected, and yeah, there is the pause coming out. I was like, Cody Sun, I know that that's not what you're trying to do. And so we do indeed have a pause. Now with that, I mean, it's not really, it shouldn't result in any kind of remake or changing. It is really unfortunate for Cody Sun. But yeah, I mean, at this point, we do have to live within the rules, or the rules of the real world. So
yeah, true.
Internet issues, computer issues can happen. Pauses such as this do, they can have basically 15 minutes of pause time. So it should give Cody enough time to come back in this. But let's take, looking at this game, yeah, Sky, they're coming out swinging, and this is what we've been used to seeing.
Yeah, everyone has a kill except for the support there. So Trance doesn't have a kill, but everyone else is on the board, and that's showing real good signs. So already see Linsanity building an Abyssal Scepter, which two high magic damage dealers on the side of Hip Grabbers. Going to be really helpful for him, as well as just not taking that much damage from Acadian and Golden Glue. Yeah. And then on top of that, you've got a really strong build coming up for that Trinity Force for Sasita's Gangplank. So with that, it's good scaling so far in a composition that needs it. And really just, I don't know what else to say besides the fact that Team Sky's back. Like, they're back in it. And really, this is what we've been seeing throughout the groups in the bracket stage for them. And it's finally back. I think they were able, I think it was that 5-minute yoga. I think it was the 5-minute yoga.
It was the 5-minute yoga. Really changed things up. The energy of the universe has been thrown off.
And I think now it's just, they're going to have to keep that through this pause. Like, they're going to have to have the fortitude to just be like, all right, guys, let's calm down again. Let's take some 15-minute yoga now. Let's take a breath. Let Cody Sun's
That is not a valid pause reason.
No, it's not a valid pause reason. But they can stay calm for now. Let Cody Sun check if his hip grabber is working for himself, and then really get back into this game, because at the moment, he's 0-2. He just died there, and he has only a longsword and a cull in level 1 boots to a Manamune.
Yeah, and Ezreal has been building up that Manamune quite nicely. A pretty even kill spread on the side of Sky right now, but most importantly, they have not succumbed to the aggressive plays that have been coming at them from Hip Grabbers. And if they can continue doing that through to the mid game. We've seen how they can close out games. The longest game time average from the group stage at like 38 minutes or something like that. They had a 56-minute game with Cloud9, and in the series yesterday, we even saw, it could have been partially that Cloud9 was dragging them out as well, but Team Sky is most comfortable in the mid and late game. And so if they can stay ahead or even close, there's a good chance that they can close this one out. And they have a lot of great tools in their pocket. Sasita obviously feeling very comfortable on that gangplank. And I really do love Insanity's choice this game. On that Lysandra, it's going to benefit them greatly. We may want to go over to the analyst desk now that they I'm sure have a lot to say about this. We usually have to wait for them to the very end of the game, but with a pause, depending on what the situation is, as I'm not really sure what it is looking like. We may want to see what their thoughts are. But for now, what else do you think about this game as we're seeing it?
Well, yeah, let's not interrupt the Tai Chi moment for the analyst desk just yet. They're still probably going to be writing down, looking at what they can possibly forecast in this game so far. And for me, to look into this game now, as it's gone on, it's really Team Sky just has to keep the momentum going. They've been doing phenomenal so far. Like, once again, they're back in it. And really, Hip Grabbers, they're going to take this little pause as the Cody Sun reconnects to also recollect themselves and reconnect again as a team, because really, like, JVG, he hasn't been there. He hasn't really felt there, because last game you saw him, he was able to reply to the teleports that Sasita was going to. He was able to reply to things. He was able to react. And this one, he has not been able to react. He's just been farming. He's losing it. Well, he's actually winning in farm barely. He's keeping even, mostly. And the first back that they had, he had a ruby crystal and a cloth armor, and then Sasita had a sheen. So I have to say Sasita won that one over. But again, I'd like to see how the analyst desk is breaking this one down.
Yeah, no, it's going to be very fascinating. And yeah, one thing to point out is this lead, what Sky has done in the past is they really wait for those power spikes. So you talk about that Trinity Force on the Gangplank.
Yep.
They do have the Man Immune on the Ezreal, but they have been able to take advantage of other smaller power spikes here early on in the game. And, this is why they're in the lead right now. Now, that first game, it looked a little bit closer to this. Obviously, Game 2 might have been somewhat of an anomaly with the utter domination from Golden Glue and on that Jace,
Yeah.
But right now, I do think that Sky has better tools in their pocket. And we've actually already seen as well, Sasita with that global pressure. On that Poppy in Game 1, he didn't really have the same effect on the other sides of the map, and it made it difficult for them to do anything. But let's see what the analysts have to think. While we're in this pause, we're going to see what they've got on their minds. We'll be right back with more League of Legends. Let's see what you got to say over there, Chloe.
Hey again. So kind of a wake-up call for us a little bit. We were just kind of kicking back and watching the game. So let's talk about a little bit of the picks and bans. We haven't seen, of course, how they've fully developed over the arc of this, this story. But tell me a little bit about the draft phase this time around.
Picks and bans, this time it was much better. They got rid of the Jace, which was a problem. Nidalee was left up. We'll see if Nidalee is going to be a problem. So far, they're handling it pretty well. So nothing too surprising yet from picks and bans.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell, because really when Acadian puts his pressure down, it's all in the mid game. So we're not quite there yet. They're doing all right. One thing I really do want to point out, though, is that Sky did actually disrupt the bot lane with that level 1. So I already like that change of pace. I mean, it's something different. It's something to just anything they're grabbing onto. And it made their early game much more bearable for their bot lane.
Yeah, it was effective. I mean, I was a little concerned about, like you said, kind of changing it up a bit. But, it's honestly been working for them so far. The mid game might be an entirely different beast. But, thus far, Sky's been able to bring it back, which I have to say is, an incredible feat, having, gone through, the bloodiness that was last game, and then, the unfortunateness of the first game. They must have been doing their yoga.
That's all you can say. Yeah.
Sorry, what were you saying?
I was going to say, I really like that Sita is now on kind of a carry role. He's on the GP, and as I said before the series started, is that global pressure with the ultimate has really come through. There was that one invade on blue side bot jungle, where Karma and Lissandra both live by the skin of their teeth because of the GP ult. They got some kills off of it in the mid lane, first blood, and I really think that's been pivotal for this game.
Yeah, that was really well played, though, just in general, because, like, just the pathing that Karma took, right? She was, like, running back to base, and then the GP ult came down. He's like, nope, 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 nope. And he just backed right back up through the GP ult to get away, because if he kept going that way, he would have died. So, really intelligent play there, and as a support main, yes.
The greediest first blood I've ever seen, though. Lissandra didn't have to do anything. She walked away and flashed away and let GP have it. He's like, nope, I'm taking this. I want this.
Worth.
It's mine. And he dies for it. But
I mean, considering how bloody that mid lane's be, I'm sure he was just like, I have this. Like, I have to get this. That's a self-satisfaction thing. It's worth it, though. 1 for 1 is better than 0 for 1 later in the game.
I guess.
In my opinion, I guess.
So do you think, well, maybe that this momentum might be enough to carry into a victory for Team Sky, like based on their current performance up until the unfortunate disconnect for Hip Grabbers? What would you say is kind of the likelihood outcome for them in this matchup?
Well, with a little more downward dog, maybe they can make it and win some more games. All right, no more yoga. We're back into a bloody brawl. This is the finals, after all. So far, they're doing pretty well. This is kind of what they need. They had a really just unusual, unorthodox kind of game 2. Just not the usual Sky we're used to seeing. But this one's different. We're going to see most likely a game 4 and hopefully a game 5.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing if they can hold it together in the mid lane. If Sky can get to that late game, I think they're going to have a lot better success, especially with the decent scaling from their team comp.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Jin is going to have an awful time this game. We saw in game 2 that he was completely protected. He was able to sit back, but with the Gangplank ultimate, Lissandra, and Rek'Sai, it's going to be really tough for him to get damage down in a team fight.
I mean, I know you're like kind of hoping for a game 5, but like if the disconnect takes long enough, we might be here until 4 in the morning.
No. We have rules making sure we're not going to be up here all night. So
and we'll keep you guys updated regarding the rules if anything, the status change. I don't think it has quite yet. So in the meantime, we might talk a little bit longer before potentially heading to a waiting screen, or potentially, in our mountain poses and trees.
Just gotta do our yoga.
Also, real quick, can we talk about like how tall you are? Just like
No.
It's not time yet.
We gotta
All
go.
right, we'll hold
Actually,
that off.
Actually, what?
we're in game. They're good to go. Yeah.
All right,
right,
we are off
what
here,
did I
back to
get up to?
partying time. I mean, game
Welcome
time.
back to the casting desk, casting area. There is no desk here. We were doing some yoga off camera once again to, make sure we're communing with the oneness of the etc. Well, let's get back into game as we do have the reconnection from Cody. And yeah, the hype is continuing as Juval Grace getting jumped in on the top lane. He does get bound down. He's got the ultimate, but it's going to be interrupted. And with that, he surely will fall. Vladfire getting credit for that one. Acadian is in the area trying to make something happen. He is going to be able to bring down Sasita on the other side of the map. Golden Glue is fighting with Linsanity. No mana on Linsanity means he is not going to be able to pick up the kill. Golden Glue with just a sliver of health. And both mid laners escape with their lives.
Man, I'm so glad I did yoga because immediately when we get back into the game, just 2 action-packed duels between Linsanity and then also that dive in the top lane from Sasita against JVG. So beautiful ganks, and then picking that one up. Almost dying there though. Sasita, no, actually, I'm sorry. Sasita did die, and it was Acadian that picked that one up for himself. So Golden Glue not dying on that mid trade though. So able to do that one successfully. And again, 5-3 now, about 2,000 gold in the lead here for Team Sky. So we've already seen these gold leads. It has to get around 5K to where something is a convincing lead for this series, for this best of 5, because we've seen Sky get ahead in that very first game. It was about 2,000 gold lead,
about that
and
same
they were
amount.
still able to lose it. So that was mostly due to like just general coordination from the side of Hip Grabbers going above and beyond my expectations in that first series. But this game, they are falling behind. Gangplank is going to go ahead, so Sasita is going to go ahead and ward that one off, push the wave back. And now it seems that with that first turret down on the side of Hip Grabbers, everyone's going to be looking towards this mid lane here. As Trance pushing in.
Yeah, you can't get that top lane very easily against Acida, as he is going to have the ultimate here. We do have a fight. Flatfire getting hopped on, trying to be taken down by Cody Sun, but he is unable to do so in that rotation back by the hip grabbers. We do have some JVG proxy farming occurring in the top lane, and with the positioning that Hip Grabbers has, there's really nothing they can do about it. They're going to continue pressuring in this mid lane as Gangplank has recalled. This top turret should finally go down, but the big question is, what are they going to lose for it? The mid lane is going to be pushing up. The Dragon is still on the map, and I guess with Gangplank not in the area and with not enough vision on the members of Hip Grabbers, they may be able to get this top turret for nothing.
Well, look at the vision here. Speaking of, there's so much hip grabber vision in this top side, and then there's a good amount of river vision for Team Sky. You've got 4 pink wards for Team Sky, and then you've only got, I think it was one pink ward, and that's a defensive pink ward at the blue buff there for Acadian. So immediately, this is what I was going to think. They're taking something on the top, punish immediately on the other side of the map. Gonna take that dragon for themselves. It's a Cloud Drake. In a solo queue perspective, not that great, but in this team sense, it is faster movement across the map, which allows Vladfire to react even quicker to ganks and provide more pressure for the side of Team Sky and keep that momentum rolling.
Yeah, and rotations have been incredibly important in this series, and for Hip Grabbers, they love to be aggressive in those rotations. Linsanity is going to catch out Cody Sun here. Whoa. He will surely fall after this. Pops heal, Pops flash, both of them for naught as Linsanity gets a free kill for himself in this bot lane. These minions are going to be continuing to push against the turret. A couple members, Golden Glue and Acadian, heading towards that area. Let's see if that doesn't open up something else on the map. Linsanity is going to back off for now.
Yeah, beautiful catch there, forcing both the heal and the flash out from Cody Sun. So not going to be able to have any summoners up for the next 4 minutes or so on himself. So 0-3, he is not having a good game this time around, and it is falling behind ever so quickly here. 109 CS to 84 here between the two AD carries. And then looking at the rest of the board, everyone's pretty even. That's the biggest real discrepancy here. Trance almost getting hit by the Winter's Bite there, yeah. As the rest of the team grouping up in this mid lane. Sacita, they're going to just try and keep Sacita alone. They do have a double teleport composition on the side of Team Sky, so rotations as it is. And speaking of, Rift Herald looking to be the next thing in their sights.
Yes, but this one's going to be contested. It's not often you have a contested Rift Herald. Linsanity now basically fighting 3v1. Trance is there to help him out and give them the opportunity for the Rift Herald. They have picked that up, but at what cost? Jovolk Grace is going to be flashing away from this one for now. Trance trying to get the lockdown, but it's going to be Fear who picks up that kill. The Cody Sun ultimate comes out. Let's see if they can do anything with it. Acadian now on the front line. Fear tanking up hits for his jungler this time as they do flee the scene. So far it's a 2-for-1 and now a 3-for-1 in favor of Hip Grabbers as they pull back a couple kills in their favor. But now Acadian, he's continuing to go at it. He's going to trade 1-for-1, able to take down Fear into turret, but he's going to lose his life to Sacita.
Yeah, and I just think that Team Sky, that was a little bit of a bad decision there from them because they got the Rift Herald and they should have just immediately disengaged. Linsanity did not have ultimate yet. They were able to get what they could and really just, they were trying to bite off more than they could chew there. So let's look at it again. So JVG, because of the smite, they were able to get the Rift Herald. JVG was by himself, taking a lot of damage. Fear picking that one up for himself. Immediately, you see Trance taken down. That's a lot of utility gone for the side of Team Sky. Linsanity was off on the corner without an ultimate, which means he has not a lot of burst on his side, and then Acadian was able to chase down. However, he did get shut down here, so he was able to get the 5th kill, but that shutdown gold, 370 gold over to the side of Sacita, which means he's going to be able to snowball even faster. He immediately was able to get an Ionia Boots of Lucidity, and then the Caulfield's Warhammer, so he's going to be going for most likely out of the city Moose. Next, he's the only armor that's going to be being built on the side of Hip Grabbers is going to be Braum or Poppy, and he's not going to be aiming for them.
And here is one problem that we saw developing in Game 1, and that is how do you deal with Cody Sun with those curtain calls in the back line. They have not been able to deal with them in Game 1, and as of yet, they have been starting to get a little scary here in Game 3. Nonetheless, there still is a slight gold lead for Sky, but it's all but evened out overall. The question is, where is this gold happening? 2-2-2 to the kill lines for everybody but the support on the side of Team Sky. I can't help but think that they need to try to filter some more gold into their carries' hands, as Javol Grace actually not trading very favorably with Linsanity here, and Linsanity is out of mana on the other hand. Here comes the Ezreal ultimate, and it is going to be enough with one more spell from Linsanity to grab that kill for himself. Vladfire, though, now finding himself out of position against the 5-2 Acadian, but yeah, I mean, he's too tanky to really deal with. Fear now in the area is going to arcane shift across the wall. Here comes the Gangplank ulti to slow him down, and Acadian one final heal to try to keep him alive, but he is going to fall. Vladfire getting credit for that one. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, though, Golden Glue pushing up onto this bot lane turret. They've got two members in Cody Sun and Nguyen on that side of the map as well. They may be able to try to make something happen, but they also may be a little bit out of position to get the tier 1. But they are going to have to run away now.
Yeah, that's the issue of Vladfire's tank Rek'Sai. He's really hard to kill, and even though Acadian is 5-3, he has only the jungle item as well as the Riley's Crystal Scepter, so he can't burst it down, especially against a Spectre's Cowl Rek'Sai, that is. So that's a lot of magic resist coming in from him, as well as just basic health regen, especially when he's burrowed from that bonus with the Fury regen as well. So JVG going to deny this turret takedown from the side of Team Sky here in the top lane. Again, Team Sky needs to reset, and unfortunately they've just been in situations where they don't have any minions to push objectives. JVG, still can dish out a lot of damage just off of base stats of Poppy.
Yeah, he's got a Sunfire to his name along with that Sheen now. And he's facing off against a split-pushing Linsanity, somewhat of a lane swap here as Javol Grace pops the ultimate, and actually... yeah, Acadian was unable to, Vladfire was unable to get in, but it's not going to matter as he's able to help Linsanity get another kill in the top lane, and JVG is not having a good time up there.
It's so concerning to see Linsanity sort of just barely winning these trades against JVG, because now it has to get to Sasita. Sasita has to start being the one that's split pushing and not Linsanity, because in a sense of just general value right now in these mid-game skirmishes, Lissandra is a little bit more valuable than just a Trinity Force who moves Gangplank at this moment in time, because he's 4-3-2, he just picked up his Hextech item, so he's got the Proto Belt, which means he's going to have even more burst than he used to with the passive on it. So, or the active as it is, but yeah. Vladfire, look at how much damage he's taking and how little his health bar is going down, but that's a lot of burst. Here comes JVG.
Yes, JVG is in the area. Vladfire being brought very low. That's their tank. He is down. Let's see if they can do anything on the backside of this. JVG, he's got about 500 health to his name. Acadian and the rest of the team are continuing to chase in here to try to make something happen around this dragon, but it looks like Sky's going to sever the bleeding at their jungler being down, and they may also be able to stop this dragon from happening with the sheer presence in the area. No, it has been started up. There's no smite for the steal, but will it do enough damage that they can get in on that? No, it is not. Fear actually caught out. He is going to fall. A little bit of a misstep or two here from Sky may result in disaster. Acadian is going to be locked down. He is going to fall as well. That's now a 6-4 Acadian. Kills coming across all over the place. Sasita still alive as Cody Sun being locked down by Trance. A barrel is going to be enough to take down Golden Glue, and one final kill and a triple kill for Sasita for the ace, and Sky come out swinging.
Yeah, and that was a beautiful fight. It looked a little bit dark for Team Sky there as they were taking a lot of damage. They didn't have their front line. Let's look at that one more time. Fear bursted down, so that's one damage output gone. And then Trance getting focused on. Linsanity gets exhausted, but his burst is already gone, so that exhaust only just locks him down there. And then Sasita sitting in the back, throwing out barrels, not getting focused on until now when there's only 2v2, and it's Gangplank with Yamuz and a Trinity Force. He's just going to be able to just Glock people, and that was what he did with that triple kill, getting the ace. As Sasita, he is in this game 5-1, probably going to be going back for an Infinity Edge, I'd have to say, with that victory.
Yeah, and they lost the dragon, but they were able to pick up the mid turret, and that's going to be gold in their pockets. They've got their eyes on a complete set of outer turrets by looking at this top lane. Ezreal currently pushing up there. Linsanity in the area. Vladfire making his way up there, and in the rear, Trance going to try to get up here. Vladfire feeling tanky enough to go in onto Acadian. Linsanity is there, and it's immediately melted. Acadian is down. That's a bulk of your kills, over half of them. Another turret goes over to Sky.
Yeah, and the tides have completely turned, and it seems that actually Sasita going for the Hex Drinker was a little bit scared of the magic damage coming in from Golden Glue and Acadian, so he's going to play a little bit safer, but besides, he also gets that bonus flat armor penetration as well with the Maw of Malmortimus. But however, this is another fight.
Yes, Nayun is going to be caught out here. Joval Grace trying to get the flank on Cody's son. He doesn't have his ultimate anymore, so they're just going to try to disengage this teleport coming out here from Sasita, and that may be enough to push back Hip Grabbers, as the Baron Vision Control is the game that Sky is currently playing, and it seems like they're winning that.
Yeah, they're just going to have to keep pressuring him off. 10 kills on the side of Hip Grabbers, and they're all on Acadian and Golden Glue. Not getting that kill, wasn't able to get a full lockdown just yet, but actually there comes JVG.
Yes, Linsanity is going to fall. That was a very long attempt at getting across the wall, and that actually does mean Hip Grabbers have a little bit of breathing room to try to clear up some vision around the Baron buff. Acadian actually missing almost a sure kill on Sasita there.
Yeah.
Didn't have vision of that brush and misestimated where he might be standing. But nothing too much is going to happen from this. Mid lane is pushing in favor of Sky. Bot lane is currently on the side of Hip Grabbers, but that's a nice little wave pushing towards Team Sky right now, as a little bit of a reset in the action.
Yep. See now that 191 CS to 163 to a 0-5 and a 5-1 on each opposing side in the top lane. So even though his 0-5 JVG doesn't look on paper that influential, he's still doing as much as he can with Poppy, and he's able to find some picks. Does have at least 4 assists on him, so he's trying to work with what he's gotten, and it's very minimal.
Yeah.
So
Golden Glue
it's unfortunate.
heading towards this top lane, trying to get a catch onto Sasita, and across the map, Noyan getting caught out. Cody's son is there to try to save him. Ezreal ultimate comes across. It's not really going to land on anybody. Gangplank ulti used as well in vain in this case. Fear going to be able to get a steal on the red buff, so I guess 2 ultimates for a red buff may be worth it for this team, and they're actually going to go ahead and start up this Baron. There's a ward on it, though. They didn't realize that this was there, and maybe they're just forcing something out, and they actually did get Joval Grace's teleport, and they may be able to get more here as Joval Grace actually pops his ultimate. Nashor goes over to Vladfire. Let's see if they can live through this. JVG is going to go down. They've got kills on Acadian as well, and Golden Glue and Cody Sun are fleeing the scene. Sasita's in the back line, a little bit low, but Vladfire doing what he can in the front line here, tanking up all of the damage and making this an extended fight. Teleport coming out here for Linsanity. He's got Golden Glue in his sights. He's able to get across the wall, but he is going to be stunned up, and Golden Glue with enough mana to stay in this is going to dissuade for Linsanity from continuing on, but it may not be enough to save their turret.
Yeah, Hip Grabbers was not able to react in time to a full team, and that made the Baron get taken over by the side of Team Sky, secured by Vladfire, and then another kill secured there by Fear. They're pushing this one in, and they are not messing around. Falling back now, Inhibitor is gone, 21 kills to 11 at 26 minutes in. Dragon's going to be up in about a minute, and it's this late game hyper carry team composition that they've built has just been going so far. But Sita almost dying there. Probably going to be going down here because he has no flash whatsoever.
Yep, and that was Acadian. He's
go.
feeling a little salty maybe right now. He had blood in his eyes, but now he's going to have to think about that as he's in base. Let's take a look at that Baron fight one more time.
Yeah, so Cody's son not getting a lot of hits with his curtain call, and then just JVG all by himself. There's a Malmortimus, luckily helping out Sasita there, but because the burst was already gone from JVG and he was so far separated from the rest of his team, it just allows that catch-up potential that Trance allows his team to just catch up, get some kills, get one on Nayun there, and then get that inhibitor later on. So there's a push, and we're back into the game. 22 kills to 11. They have double the kills, and they have 10,000 gold in the lead. So now we can confirm they are in the lead. It is at least 5,000 gold ahead, and there's an Ocean Drake up, but their eyes are set on bigger prizes, and that's a Nexus.
Yes, right now they've got the Baron buff. They're going to be trying to pressure in this top lane. Scrambling as Hip Grabbers as they're trying to make it down here. They're not going to be able to save this turret, but they might be able to make something happen around that inhibitor turret as JVG and Linsanity continue to duel here on this side of the map. Linsanity does get caught out. He's going to be knocked up. He's got an ultimate to keep himself alive for now, and it may be a traded 1-for-1 as JVG goes down, and they lose a turret at the backside of that as well, and they may lose an inhibitor teleport coming out here from Sisita as he was pushing on the other side of the map, and he's going to turn this into a 4v4 as another inhibitor goes over to Team Sky. Cody's Sun is going to fall with the crits from Sisita. The Nexus is being pressured now as well. Flatfire tanking up all the damage once again is going to be healed up very rapidly, and that could be it for this game. Nexus turrets are continuing to go down, and there it is. It's going to drop. The Nexus is the only target left in the eyes of Sky, and we have a series, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 going over to Sky, and they are looking for the reverse sweep here in their first victory of the series.
Yeah, reverse sweep, boys. The dream is still alive here for Team Sky, and I'd have to say, as that game went on, it was just, first off, Team Sky's back. They're in it. They had a plan. It's just wonderful job there in the early game. They were able to find catches, and also, I have to really commend the Lissandra pick. It was a good counteract against Golden Glue and how his playstyle is really able to deny that initial burst in trading once it hits level 6, and is safe in the earlier stages of the game as well. And unfortunately, hip grabbers, at the end of that, they're grabbing at straws, not at hips.
Not at hips, indeed. Well, let's see what the analyst desk has to say about that. Actually, here in just a second. But yeah, just a great game.
Yeah.
I guess my big question is this a fluke that Team Sky was able to find an in this game only, or have they cracked the egg this time of hip grabbers? Goodness gracious. And another question I have is, hip grabbers, they seem to be coming into this entire event really confident and almost based on their confidence. And that's why we talked about how important momentum was coming into the series. So now that they have lost a game, is that confidence, which seems to be one of their greatest strengths, is that going to be used against them?
It's a possibility. However, I wouldn't say that this game was a fluke, though. It's that Team Sky has sort of reset, and they've been able to create a plan that counteracted that of what, like you say, the confidence of the side of hip grabbers was, and like the confidence of Golden Glue wanting to go in, they had to counteract to that, and they were able to work a lot with what they were able to make up in that third game. So I'd like to see what the analyst desk would have to say about this one, and I'd also like to see what hip grabbers has in reply.
Yeah, and only time will tell, but let's hand it over to Chloe and the team. Take it away.
They really wanted to get to the analyst test there.
They're excited.
Well, anyway, so that I'm happy. I mean, I don't know if Hawk's happy. I'm happy.
I mean, technically, your prediction's kind of right.
Yeah,
still?
I mean, it's at 3-2, so.
All I remember was the 4-0, actually.
All right.
But anyway, so we talked briefly about the picks and bans and the draft. I mean, let's go back into the mid game rather, because that's kind of where we left off with the pause. Linsanity, of course the pun is, playing insanely. Clearly kind of the MVP of the game, at least in my opinion. What do you guys think?
Well, it's kind of really hard to say because, I guess the Lissandra was a good answer for the Nidalee. The Nidalee, which wasn't banned, Lissandra was able to lock her down, and that's kind of what happened there. They locked down Nidalee. Even the bot lane, too, played pretty well. They had a good read. They know Braum doesn't really do well against Karma early on, so they try to get a level advantage. They read it, they denied them, and they put their bot lane really far behind. Cody's Sun and Naeun were extremely far behind on that, so that's kind of what happened there. I am not really a fan of the Poppy pick. That was kind of my only thing, because he was doing extremely well with tanks. Maybe he was trying to deny the Poppy pick, but maybe after a little downward dog, he's like, okay, let's go with Poppy. That's what we got to do here. What about your take on that, Greg?
It was really interesting to watch the way they played that game out, mostly because that Poppy, I agree, wasn't as impactful, but I think Sky has some credit to that. So they had that Gangplank in the top lane, and so heavily AD matchup. And then Poppy immediately started itemizing armor just to deal with that Gangplank, and then Sky actually ended up switching Linsanity to the top lane. So that Poppy had no magic resist to deal with that Lissandra. So I thought that was pretty interesting adaptation from Sky, just to make sure that Lissandra could still handle the Poppy, and then they could use that Gangplank barrels to really set up team fights the way they wanted to, and he didn't have to just teleport in and not have any setup.
And kind of the interesting thing about, Linsanity is that it kind of gave Team Sky this like fearless aggression that I wasn't really expecting to see from them. And it changed, the whole pacing of the game, which, I think just kind of speaks to their skills as players or yogis in that the fact that they were able to pick themselves up and then dive right in and commit to those team fights in a play style that seems almost more reminiscent of like hip grabbers, interestingly enough. So anyway, what do you think needs to happen for hip grabbers now to take the win of the series, or do you think it's more likely that Team Sky will continue this momentum forward?
Well, first off, they can't be fearless if they have fear on their team, but that's a separate point.
That'd be a problem.
Yeah, I still think it's going to be a great series. I mean, hip grabbers, they didn't play it too far off. Maybe they just had, their bot lane got a little rattled, but they're easy to come back. I still think hip grabbers will take the series, but that's just my guess.
Yeah, as we kind of previously discussed, that bot lane kind of got set back early because of that level 1. That's definitely something they're going to be prepared for now. They're definitely going to put a ward out. They're going to make sure they don't get cheesed like that again. So look for another even bot lane fight, and potentially that could rattle Sky a little bit. But at the same time, hip grabbers, this is their first time they've lost in this series. So now they have to be the ones figuring out how to adapt to what Sky was doing, and maybe they can find a solution, maybe not.
Yeah, I think that the Lissandra pick is really crucial because they want to do all this constant team fighting. However, the Lissandra provides enough CC in those little skirmishes that hip grabbers just wasn't really prepared for, I feel, in a lot of situations. But as you said, the level 1 cheese in bot lane really gave him an edge, about 15, 10 CS, I think at 8 minutes, 10 minutes, and that really set that lane far back and lost a lot of pressure.
Right, like we hadn't seen too much of a goal differential besides, the obvious ones, later into the game until this moment in favor of Team Sky. So that was kind of an interesting switching it up. I personally hope, that we're going to take it to a game 5. I think it could be likely. I have the 3-2 to live up to, but how are you guys feeling about your predictions?
Still strong on my prediction, although that Gangplank's a little scary. Sita, he did it with Echo. He's doing it with Gangplank. Is he going to carry again? I mean, he's a monster.
Yeah, I think keeping Sita on those carry champions, too, is just huge, right? You need to let him be able to put out aggression that matches what Acadian and Golden Glue are doing, because if you're just playing passive in all your lanes, you're going to lose in one of those lanes. You can't just sit back and wait for hip grabbers to make a mistake, because they're not going to give you free mistakes often.
I'm staying strong to my 3-2 in favor of Team Sky. However, I think it's crucial that Linsanity and Sita both play extremely well and kind of put the rest of the team on their shoulders. They're the playmakers at the moment. They need to follow through with that.
So I guess with that, we will see in the potentially last game, we could have said that about the last one as well, of this game 4 of Hip Grabbers versus Team Sky. Take it away, Gil.
We're back. Okay, sorry, we were doing our game 5 yoga. Welcome back to the casting area. We're still waiting for the players, but as the analyst said, I mean, this could be the last game.
Yep, true.
Maybe, I mean, at this point, the momentum is maybe shifting back in his Team Sky's favor. I mean, what do you do? Yeah, we heard what the analysts say, but what are you expecting coming out of Hip Grabbers in response to that game?
Well, I think that I agree with the analyst that they were caught off guard by the Lissandra, a little bit too much utility as well as damage in those mid-game skirmishes, which complemented Team Sky's playstyle a little bit more, as well as the bot lane falling behind, which caused a lot of issues. So I'd have to give it over to Vladfire for focusing and bringing some attention and light to the bot lane there for Fear and Trance, that is. And then on the other side, for Hip Grabbers, they just need to refocus and really just do what their story is. And their story is being as confident as possible, really being strong and really just asserting their dominance. Because they're very mechanical and very talented players. So already they can, it's hard for things like Cody-san and Nayun when they go in and they are losing that lead, that it's just they don't want to have that dampen their confidence. They just need to keep staying upbeat, really be aggressive, and just focus down on that. And then on the side, again, Team Sky, just keep do the magic from game 3.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I can't think of too many things that Hip Grabbers needed to do differently. They were playing that aggressive style still, getting into the enemy jungle, trying to find picks that they could turn into leads just based on their pure talent, but they just weren't finding them.
Yeah.
And one reason why I like Linsanity's pickup there was that Lissandra is much harder to get kills on there, especially after level 6. And it made it a lot more difficult for Acadian to make plays happen for his team, little skirmishes that they potentially could have found victories in. And with that, Team Sky they knew where to rotate. They got to that mid game with a lead, and they were able to just turn that into more and more fights.
Oh yeah, perfect example of that actually. Like Lissandra being hard to kill is the factor of like when you saw Acadian and Golden Glue try and dive underneath the level 1 turret, and he threw the spear, and already Linsanity was at about like a 5th health. And was able to survive for at least a solid 7 seconds, and was able for Vladfire to come in and reply and pick up a kill. And I think even though Linsanity did die there, I believe, they were able to get something in reply and force them off.
Yeah, and that's what they did a lot during the group stage, is if they did lose somebody on one side of the map, it's because they had resources on the other side, and they were able to take advantage of that. They also, in this game, returned to being able to get that first blood, which they were 100% in group stages. They also got that first turret, which is huge. Do not underestimate the power of that first turret. And from there, they just and then the mid game, the early mid game, they didn't get caught out like they had in previous games. And they just played their game.
Yeah, they're much more confident too, sort of like stealing that vibe and that aura that Hip Grabbers sort of professionalizes and then really just taking it for themselves. They were doing a lot of jungle invades and looking for the picks as much as they could. And now Hip Grabbers, I'm thinking that they might try and take away Lissandra or find an answer to it. And if it's banned, Team Sky needs to be prepared to have something that sort of suits that same repertoire or that resume that Lissandra brings into the game.
Yeah.
Something that's similar to that, because you still don't want to have your mid lane to die.
And I think you can pull Vladimir. They didn't have a good Vladimir game in that second game, but that was mostly because of that lane matchup and having Golden Glue on that Jace. And so I think you've got to keep that in your repertoire. Continue to ban out that Jace. I think they banned exactly what they banned last game. It may depend on the sides. Hip Grabbers is going to be on the blue side, Sky, I believe, on the red side this game. We'll have to see. I suppose they do have dynamic selection. So since we're not in yet, I guess it could be different. But I guess we'll be going into game here in just a bit. The lobby is I think being
almost
finalized. The order being worked out, etc. But no matter which way you slice it, good game for game 3, and I have no reason to believe that game 4 is going to be any less exciting. As here at Carbon, I like to see that hype, and I like to bring the hype if I can.
Yes.
I wouldn't wear such bow ties as this and do game 5 yoga in between matches if I didn't want that. So.
Very much. I'm embracing from Shen, doing some Tai Chi on the side too,
Is that how he stays in shape?
Yeah, that is how he stays in And that's also how he dances too, apparently.
Oh, is that what that is?
That's his dance is Tai Chi.
Yeah, I'm not I if it doesn't look really hilarious, I'm not really that interested. I guess if that's what you're into. I guess outside of that, talking about the stories of these teams, I honestly am just glad that Team Sky was able to bring it at least one of these games here and show why they made it to the finals, because if you haven't really tuned into the rest of the series, it honestly makes Team Sky look like they may not have their stuff together. But as you can see from this last game, that when they're firing on all cylinders, when they are not getting caught out early, they have everything that they need to execute in these games. And I guess only time will tell, as we're going to be going into game 4 here in just a bit. I guess from Team Sky, are you maybe expecting another cheesy team composition like that Punk comp we saw in game 2?
For Team Sky, that is?
Well, Team Sky expecting that from Hip Grabbers.
It's possible. I'm still expecting sort of that confidence composition, because even though it's really the the poke composition that Hip Grabbers built was just focused on Jace. Like Jace and Nidalee. And Nidalee didn't show up in game 3.
Yeah.
So
Well,
because of that, it's the factor of like they had 2 power picks for them, and that was sort of the winning factor for them was they had 2 very potent pocket picks. So we'll have to see how it goes.
We're going to take a look at picks and bans. And actually, Nidalee was 5-2 at one point. The thing is you had that like gold on Nidalee, got shut down, and I think gave that gold to
Gangplank.
Gangplank.
Caught him up.
Not enough gold getting into the hands of Golden Glue.
Yep.
And I guess Cody's son, who's been the primary recipient of a lot of that gold. Bard Echo Gangplank bans from Hip Grabbers. They did not like Sasita on that Gangplank.
Yep.
And then also his Echo banned away, trying to challenge Sasita into jumping on someone else. Jace, Gnar, and Karma bans continuing from the side of Sky. And that's going to mean, I can't imagine that anybody but those top 3 junglers is the first pick here for Hip Grabbers.
Yeah, it's possible. They could see, because it's currently, I think, 1-1 there for Nidalee. 1 win, 1 loss on the side of Hip Grabbers for this series. And with that, they could try and switch it up. They might be like, all right, you know what, Vladfire, let me teach you how to play Graves this series.
Well, and the thing about that is, and Rek'Sai, doesn't really go with their style.
Yeah.
But I was thinking maybe they could take it away from Vladfire. As Vladfire, that was his most successful jungler. Now he tried Graves a couple times. That did not work out.
Yep.
But they're actually going to go ahead and pick up Cody's son, Jhin. They really liked having him. And he did have a few impactful ultimates last game.
Subpar.
Not nearly as impactful as that first game. But they still like Cody's son being on that champion. He actually did really well in lane, too.
He did well in lane. It was the Vladfire gank that made it a 3v2, that made it really rough. And then, not to mention, Linsanity was already so bursty, and Lissandra was able to tear some people down and really just like lock them in. Frozen Tomb, give them a cold-hearted burst damage. And unfortunately, that was the turn of events for it. But Morgana, Ezreal being locked in. So
and that's what that Jhin first pick actually does, is it makes you think, oh, great. Well, Nayun could easily take Morgana. This time they're going to steal that away from him, push him onto somebody like potentially Trundle. Well, I guess we'll have to see here. Karma's obviously off the board. Acadian kind of showing his kind of namesake, one of his favorite champions, one he's most known for.
His infamy title, as it is.
In that Rengar. I don't think we're going to see that this game.
It's possible. It is a very hyperscaly jungler. And the thing is, though, is that it requires to be at level 6 to where he can gank effectively. And I'm not doubting it. And really them hovering over it sort of shows that it's like, maybe we should bring out this pocket pick. Maybe we should go ahead and show our fangs and be on the hunt this time. But they're not going to go and decline it. They're going to take away Vladfire's Rek'Sai this time around. And they're going to sort of try and force him on one of those top meta junglers, Nidalee or Graves, because he hasn't been performing on him this series. And then Janna being locked in. Didn't like the Braum Jhin combo. So they're going to be something a little bit more, which gives a bit of an umph for the 4 shots of Jhin.
And without having that tanky presence in the bot lane, they need Acadian to be on someone tanky this time. And it partially takes that away from Vladfire, but Acadian has shown some very good performances on that. Game 1 being the most recent historical example of Acadian playing that champion to great effect. And on the other side, we're hovering over Olaf. Olaf actually was a pretty popular pick, banned out quite a few times as well yesterday and in group stage. And so I guess quite a few times being any times because you wouldn't expect it.
Well, the Janna reveal shows that they're not going to have a Trundle. Nice Rise pick, though, so bringing it back from the C9C series that we saw yesterday. But the Olaf lock-in is a little bit more debatable now because Trundle, we see that because Janna and Jhin have already been locked in, which means no pillars are going to be there to interrupt, and it's also a solid or immobile Jhin AD carry, which means he can run at him. It's not like chasing an Ezreal. So like this a lot more than what we have seen it later on. Nyan hunting over Graves, don't think that's going to happen. But let's talk about that Rise pick, though, because we'll have to see how well that works out, because it's a good dueling. It can survive, but it has that little bit of a steep slope,
start.
like a slow start. Like when you get Rod of Ages, well, not Rod of Ages, Catalyst of Eons, and then the Tear of Goddess, you have a small damage output for a while. You just farm up, you do the clearing of the waves, and then once you hit at least like maybe a blasting one, then you can just like show up and do damage. But Golden Glue gonna go ahead and lock in that Syndra for himself, and then Maokai in the top lane.
Maokai in the top lane indeed, and this Rise pick has been so polarizing.
Yeah.
because it hasn't been super popular. We saw it for the first time that I've seen it in competitive play anyway, and I maybe have missed a few games. And actually it was Linsanity that did play it, and they were able to use it fairly well. I think they made 2 or 3 good plays with that, and what it does provide for you is a surprise factor. You can get a couple of members in a flanking position very easily, and with Olaf being one of those champions, that's very scary because I mean you're trying to keep that Olaf off your carries. In this case, Juval Grace. Cody's son.
Yeah, JVG's holding it.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it, and I actually say that. But keeping him off of Cody's son, and in this case, it's going to make it even harder to do that, as we are going to see Fiora in the top lane. Challenge accepted, gauntlet thrown down, and Sasita will be on that champion, and who we actually saw JVG play in the group stage.
It's a good pickup, I'd have to say, because now it's a lot of dual skirmishing on the side of Team Sky, and Sasita already, I'd have to say, favored against JVG, with the JVG picking up Maokai. So going to be able to duel out a little bit, and not to mention he can riposte the Twisted Advance, as well as Scatter the Weak, as well as like Captive Audience.
Yeah, and not to mention he can build
the Tornado as well.
Yeah, he can build Magic Resist as well, because that's going to help him out in lane, and it's going to make it more difficult for Golden Glue to find targets. And as long as Vladfire and Sasita are able to be even coming into that mid game, if they can get a good Linsanity ultimate to get them into the back line or in a flanking position, it's going to make it much more difficult for hip grabbers to deal with. So, that said, it still is a pretty hard play to execute.
True.
It's not the easiest play to execute, and it has a pretty high risk, high reward ratio. If you ult into a bad situation, you immediately find yourselves outnumbered, and so it's going to be up to this Sky team to show their cohesion and their synergy that they've built up in trying to topple this hip grabbers team to bring it to Game 5 here in this Game 4.
Of course, and I'm going to keep my eyes on Vladfire's Olaf because he does like to build tanks, so it will help out a little bit, have a little bit of a beefy front line, and of course it's a little bit of an immobile back line on the side of hip grabbers, so that's a little bit worrying for me because there's no true defensive peel there against the Ragnarok on Olaf, and then not to mention Sasita is definitely going to be following up behind him just as quickly, and with just how Sasita plays, it's this top lane of if he gets ahead, it's going to be really bad because then he will be able to burst down Kodi-san, Golden Glue, anyone he chooses, he will be able to just like tear them apart one step, like one slash at a time, and then it's just up to Fear and Trance to hold on and possibly get a just general skirmishing benefits, and don't expect really any big trades to be coming into this bottom lane this time around because two very aggressive yet passive supports. Because you've got Janna, who's going to be helping out with the shields, helping with sustain, but it also allows you to go in and get trades, and then on the other side Morgana as well, like black shields and then the binding. So it's sort of like back and forth, poke after poke. And then again, Linsanity on the rise. Like you said, it hasn't had any amazing performances, and it hasn't been something that people contest over because it's still a little bit wonky. Like we have seen in other things, and like in the hands of like other players, things such as like LCS players like Bjergsen, we've seen like really phenomenal rise ultimates and just complete playstyle just destroys teams. Have to see if Linsanity can live up to that.
And it's one of those champions as well that relies so much on having a team behind you that is going to be using it correctly. And it's why you really don't see it as much in solo queue. It's a little bit like Bard's Magical Journeys when he first came out. Nobody really knew how to use that. And so it mitigated his impact in the solo queue world. But in the hands of a coordinated team like Sky, it could potentially be make or break. That said, I do want to talk a little bit about another major factor in this game, and that's Golden Glue. Golden Glue on that Syndra once again. And we've talked about it in the past. I know the analyst desk has hashed this out as well, that they really need to make sure that they, if your Team Sky, that Golden Glue does not get fed. Linsanity is going to be a little bit weaker early. He's not going to be nearly as strong early on this rise, and so it's going to be interesting to see how they play around that to try to stop this Golden Glue from being the beast that he has been in multiple games yesterday and today.
Yep.
We'll see what they can do about that.
We'll have to check if Linsanity is going to be able to survive these duels between Golden Glue because, like we said, has to fit sort of the same resume as Lysandra did in the sense of just not being able to die 1v1 trades. Because if he's left alone, if Golden Glue's left alone, he will be able to work his magic and be able to burst you down fairly quickly. And we can see he's very confident in his picks, and he will try and take you down as fast as possible and with little effort as he can, so he can help maneuver around. So still Ghost Flash for both of the mid laners, so still going to be offensive, defensive, very well mixed, and it's something that I like watching as usually like you think people would going in like Ignite or Exhaust or Teleport, but now it's that Flash Ghost combo, and it helps out because it's just as like beneficial in roaming around and stuff and chasing kills down, but it doesn't require as much synergy or communication with the double teleport composition. So that's always helpful. And then we'll still have to see how that Rise comes out, because that it still puts up a big red flag for me because it can be bursted down earlier on, but Rise naturally builds tanky with items.
Yes, and that has been what has been working, honestly, for them. Vladimir, outside of that one game, has been very beneficial for that same reason. Yep. And honestly, Vladimir also had a hit to him here in 6.18 that negatively affected that. But Rise fills that role, and in this case, especially bringing Fiora to the top lane, they are going to need that to some degree. But I'm really excited to see how this seems to counter that Cody's Sun pickup. And if they're able to execute this, which they have to stay in this game, it is going to make the picks and bans very interesting for the Game 5, which I'm secretly, maybe not so secretly, hoping for in this case, just because of how exciting that would be. But Team Sky, they still have an uphill battle ahead of them. They need to make that reverse sweep, which sounds easy or good on paper, but it's not necessarily as easy as you might think. Well, we are flying on to the Rift here for Game 4 between Team Sky, with their backs somewhat against the wall, down one game, 2-1 against Hip Grabbers, who are on the blue side this game. And let's see what these teams have brought in this extended series.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this works out for them. So Ruby Crystal, or I'm sorry, not Ruby Crystal, Sapphire Crystal, picked up for Linsanity here, so just trying to sustain with the mana, and then Doran's Ring for the side of Golden Glue, and the rest of the team just general, level 1, and not going to be a level 1, no level 1 invade this time, but however, trading going back and forth. Sasita doing what he can to get some harass. That's the power of those little vital points.
Wow, almost getting...
That's vital points for you. That's the vital points, just true damage, and you get healing off of that with movement speed. So it's just a lot of work. Cody's Son, that's a good guess there. Nice guess. 10 out of 10. Good,
so
good
far,
grinding.
just some swag early level play. Nothing that really was going to result in too much, but nice binding, nice trade top lane. But everyone's going to be returning to lane healthy and with all of their items intact.
Yep.
Both junglers starting on the top half of their respective jungles. Top laners are going to be assisting with that. This time around, Fear and Trance have been spotted out by a ward. I doubt that Nayun or Cody's Son will try to get any action off of that, as Janna is not known for her early game level 1 pressure.
No.
But at the very least, they're going to enter this lane even Stevens. Trance and Fear trying to look for potentially manipulating this wave or finding a pick onto Nayun or Cody's Son. Unable to do so far.
Yeah, just see if they can keep the pressure open. I have to say Nayun and Cody's Son will be the ones in shoving forward here for themselves, as JVG just trying not to get those vital points struck upon against a Sasita, because already you saw that Sasita was able to take him down fairly quickly with those true damage outputs. Excuse me. Is the rest of the team just a little bit of a calm right now, because not much. But however, there is a invaded ward there on the bottom side, so there's going to be a ping now, and possibly there's the ping. Acadian has been spotted out. They do know that he is a red buff, which means bot lane you have to be careful a little bit, as well as mid lane. because you don't want to know where Acadian's going to be going. However, he is low health. He's about half health, but that Fury regen is going to help him out on that one. As more trades coming out from Sasita.
Yes, he's brought very low, though, does get a final vital point to make this trade go slightly in his favor. He's got a potion, but over on the other side, Maokai actually has popped all of his potion stacks, and so Sasita may be looking for an outplay here in the top lane as he pushes up pretty hard. A ward placed by Naeun in the bot lane to make sure that Vladfire is not coming down for a gank, as Cody Sun and Naeun are pushed pretty hard.
I have to say that was the reason why that trade was so close, was that the corrupting potion damage, that small like kind of Deathfire touch magic per second really was helping him out in the trades, and then not to mention you're always going to be dashing around, which those dashes will help the passive of Maokai to help him heal up a little bit more, stay even. So it was a good trade back and forth, but now that he has no stacks on Corrupting Potion, means that the Dorn's Blade has the benefit now. So 22 CS to 18, still staying pretty even throughout all of these lanes, as Olaf, Vladfire being the one to back first, picking up a jungler potion for himself. So he's going to just look to sustain, rush till 6, and then really try and chase things down. But JVG, they are on the hunt, and they're looking for blood.
Yes, I can't imagine JVG will make it through this one. Actually does get the flash out, but it's going to be first blood going over to Sasita in the top lane. And Fiora getting fed a little bit early.
Yeah, I don't know why JVG was trying to go for that. He knew he was going to lose, but Corrupting Potion actually, well, Acadian going to go ahead and take that one for himself. Flash used on both sides there, as the teleport's going to be coming out for JVG. Acadian getting a good reply there, nothing going to be punished from outside that. Insanity going to be dropped down to half health. But again, no assist on the side of JVG for that kill. And it's
still going to be a rough lane.
It's going to be a rough lane for him.
Yeah.
He needs to stay a little bit more passive. 2 long swords out with the side of Sasita. Probably going to be going for that Ravenous Hydra fairly soon here, or actually the Magic Resist. Might be going for that Hex Drinker, as a matter of fact, as he's going more trades throughout this game. Wow, back and forth.
Yep, already popping one of those stacks of that potion. And yeah, the thing about that as well is, and we're going to see how it plays over the next couple of minutes, Acadian, once again, he was 5-2 last game on that Nidalee. He's got that first kill for his team this game. Can he convert that into gold on the key carries like Golden Glue and Cody Sun? Cody Sun now being pushed up under his own turret, as Fear and Trance have found a few favorable trades. But otherwise, all things are basically even in this game. I also want to say that the tier has been picked up in the mid lane by Linsanity.
Yep, so he was able to go back and get that in time.
Yep, Golden Glue, on the other hand, he wants blood. He's picking up that extra Doran's Blade.
Yeah, Sasita still doing some damage, though, is Corrupting Potion, and then also picked up a Dark Seal, so that's 25% bonus healing from the potions there on the side of JVG, but more damage coming out. Level 5 against level 5. Not going to be hitting 6 anytime soon, but JVG, you're going to go down on this one, I think.
Yes, Sasita waiting for the dash cooldown, and it's going to be enough as a kill goes across. Olaf, Vladfire, a little bit out of position, though, is going to drop on the other side of that, keeping this kill line consistent at 2-2, but that is a scary top laner in Sasita.
So, as much as we've been advertising the sense of hip grabbers wanting to stay confident, Acadian has to stay focused and really just keep going for a tank build. At least get the Bomby Cinder and get a little bit more beefy, even though he has 2 kills. Keep the Titanic Hydra for later, or even the Ravenous Hydra, but way that Rek'Sai's build, he needs to hold on and let it scale up, because Titanic Hydra is not going to be beneficial until later in the game when you have items that give you health. Cody Sun and Naeun still putting on the pressure, making sure the winds are blowing strong in this south side of Team Sky, but Naeun taking a lot of damage, though. Here's Acadian.
Here comes Acadian and Syndra in the area. They're able to get Golden Glue 1 kill. Let's see if they can get anything on the back side of this, as well as Morgana is fleeing the scene. It's going to be a double kill going over to Golden Glue, and that's bad news for Team Sky.
Yeah, and they might try and pressure this with just Cody Sun and Golden Glue, but they're going to decide to go ahead and back off of that one, which means Linsanity has to shove his lane. Him, and I'd have to say Vladfire could come in and pressure too. Linsanity has the wave clear to do at least some damage, so get that in. But again, here is Acadian, was able to get level 6, is now visible with that, and then JVG down here as well. They might be looking for this kill, but he has Ragnarok up.
He does have Ragnarok. He's going to use it really defensively to escape here, although Fiora heading back down that direction is going to start heading back up towards top lane. It's Acadian and JVG looking for some action mid lane.
Oh, they might be able to take this red buff. It'll be a little bit of a loss for Vladfire, but all for naught, he'll be able to give this blue buff over, hopefully, to Linsanity. So it'll be up in the next minute or so. And now it's just up to JVG to not die and really just focus on getting tanky. He has a Doran's Ring, so he's really looking for sort of just damage trades back and forth. And Acadian being top as well, they're looking for blood. There's no vision up here for Sasita.
Sasita did have a pink in that.
Oh, he did have a
rush,
pink,
yeah.
that is correct.
So he knows that Acadian is in the area. It did get cleared out, and he's going to go drop an... Oh, no, didn't drop a ward.
Yeah,
just making
check.
sure that it's clear
Yeah.
from now. All is calm once again. Hip Grabbers with a slight lead due to that 4-man bot rotation. That has been one of their strengths this game. Golden Glue actually forces the flash out of Linsanity, but here comes the counterplay. The ultimate onto Linsanity from Golden Glue, doing a lot of damage. Acadian now getting credit for that kill. Vladfire trying to get axes on to Golden Glue to turn this around, but he's not going to be able to do so. A double kill this time for Acadian in the mid lane.
Yeah, wonderful roams there coming from Acadian, getting 4 kills to 0, and then Golden Glue 2-0. This is complete bad news for the side of Team Sky, because those are the 2 players you do not want to start rolling here in this game. Fear, gonna get Curtain called on. Will they be able to take this one down? He doesn't have heal, he doesn't have anything, but is able to dodge those next 2 bullets.
Yes,
and then again,
that would have been
JVG.
pure death.
JVG extremely low health. Again, Acadian Golden Glue. This powerhouse, this battery pack of these 2 is just completely dominating this game now, making it 6-2. Really need to stop that push for Team Sky, that is. Because they really need to just reset, not just wait for the late game. And this was the problem with Linsanity, is that the Catalyst of Aeons and Tear of the Goddess doesn't provide that dueling potential, and they just need to disengage from that. And Vladfire, no damage item on him at all. He only has the Skirmishing Saber and then Ionian Boots Lucidity. Like, I don't know why they tried to go for that 2v2 and really aggress it. They really just need to go ahead, back off. Linsanity stayed alive, just disengage from that. That's all they need to do, but unfortunately they were trying to bite off more than they could chew. Sasita, though, taking some turret damage, however. Will they be able to find something? Vladfire's coming in from the back.
Yes, the ultimate pop by Sasita. He's going to be trying to get in there and get that heal for his team. Unable to get that key point on Juvol Grace. And so he is going to escape alive. No more mana left on Sasita. And so a gank gone wrong. Could have gone a lot more wrong, but Sasita is going to have to back off in that top lane. And Hip Grabbers finding themselves a 3k gold lead at just over 10 minutes into this game.
Yeah, they're just going to have to back off for that one for now. Let's just take a quick step back and look at how the CS game's going. It's 62-78 in that top lane, and then the rest really in the favor of Hip Grabbers by at least 10 on all fronts here, except for that top lane. And then JVG, he stayed a little bit too long. He doesn't have flash. Sasita might look for a dive here, but is going to decide for the better. Back off from that one and just pressure the top lane even more. First turret has already been taken in that bottom side, so not going to be able to get that 400 extra gold for his team, as the rest of Cody Sun and Nyan looking for this mid lane. As Trance trying to make sure they can keep vision up, communicating to his team where they are at any given time.
Yeah, and Rise does have that Catalyst here. He's trying to build that up and sever the bleeding here in this mid lane. Dragon, some Mountain Drake being started and will surely be completed by Hip Grabbers here, as Sasita going to be proxy farming in this top lane. Juvol Grace in the area is going to just escape to the safety of his turret, and since they know that Acadian's on the other side of the map, Sasita feels okay to at least farm up behind turret here for a bit.
Yeah, 4 men on this mid turret here. Vladfire trying to see if he can thwart them off, but that's a 4-0 Rek'Sai and a 2-0 Syndra there, so it's really going to be hard to push them off just by your lonesome there. Sasita looking for possibly something. Might be able to get in more harass, but if he's not able to pick up kills here, it's just going to be more bad news for the side of Team Sky. He's really looking for it. The rest of these teams are collapsing in.
He knows that the aggression coming out here is more members of Hip Grabbers, as he is going to be falling here. Juvol Grace getting credit for that one. Janna ultimate comes out to heal up his team, as it's so far a 1-for-1. Acadian goes down on this one as well. Morgana is in this top lane, as actually Nguyen starts to tank up the turret. He's very low. Golden Glue comes in, doesn't get the stun, but he may have the damage to finish off Olaf, and he does indeed. Vladfire falls. Another couple of kills and probably a turret go over to Hip Grabbers.
Yeah, and now it just has to come up to Team Sky to stop this bleeding, delay it just a little bit longer, because it is starting to come out in quite a continuous stream here, as third turret down, for the side of Hip Grabbers. That's all tier 1 turrets gone, and 8-3. about a 5,000 gold lead there for the side of Hip Grabbers, and they have an Earth Drake too, so that means objectives are going to be taking a little bit faster for them. Really, nothing coming out from other lanes here for the side of Sky, and that is just bad news. Thing is now, like we said, Team Sky, they like to play the mid and the late game. That's where their power spikes are, and they really need to invest in them, and they need to figure out what they can do to get back into this game, because at the moment, it is looking very bleak for them.
It is indeed, and we talked about what they needed to do to win this one. Hip Grabbers, they've got 3-2 on Golden Glue, 3-0-2 that is, and a lot of that's coming from Acadian, and just some amazing plays by Golden Glue and rotations across the map. To Linsanity's credit, he's only got 1 death to his name, and he knew he had to come out of this early game fairly even, but these aggressive rotations from Hip Grabbers are continuing to push them into the lead. They're controlling these lanes, and there's not much Sky can do about it at this point.
Yeah, they have to find a possible pick onto someone. Sasita is still in the top lane, no teleport, so he won't be able to answer to this call, and he needs to get this turret. They need to find a trade for something. 6,000 gold now. The more this goes on, the farther this gap's going to get. Here comes a Rise teleport. That was a little bit of a miscommunication, or just a little bit disoriented. But speaking of disoriented,
the Insanity does fall once again, and that's going to mark another turret going down. We do see that Sasita is recalling. Oh no, it did cancel that recall after the turret went down, and is going to try to apply some pressure on the other side of the map just to give the rest of his team some breathing room.
Yeah, he needs to push top some more, get some damage, thwart people up there. No one's paying attention to him because they don't need to, because he's not pushing any objectives fairly quickly, and he can't really fight JVG anymore, because JVG's just sort of dancing around and delaying enough for at least either Acadian or Cody to come in for a reply. So 3-0 for the side of Golden Glue. He's back in on his role. He's not doing any issues right now, and the same thing goes for Cody's son. Cody's son's not doing too bad in this game either. Got the Yamus, has 38 stacks more on the call till it really spikes up to ramp up his itemization a little bit more. And speaking of itemization, Sasita, finishing Ravenous Hydra, does have the Phage as well, and the rest of his team is still lagging behind, haven't finished a single item yet completely.
Yeah, and they're going to be looking for that power spike. I mean, Rise going to be hitting that. It looks like Trinity Force being started up by Fear here, so once he hits that power spike, they will be able to do a little bit more. But another threat of this game is they picked that Rise, that risky early game pick, and they are getting down because of it. And because of the aggressive rotations from Hip Grabbers, there's just been no time to react and using that Rise ultimate to gain any advantages.
Yeah.
And so we're going to see what these item spikes mean, but Sky, they are 1 game away from being done. And Hip Grabbers, they are showing that they want to win this one. Givol Grace is going to be jumped on here by Sasita. The riposte, they're just going to be getting off a little bit of extra damage. And actually, yeah, with that Ravenous Hydra and not much magic resist, it looks like Sasita is just going to go ahead and back off and continue to farm up. Also does not have good vision in that side of the map. Insanity now being jumped on, and with that, Sasita knows that the bulk of Hip Grabbers is on the other side of the map, so he re-engages onto Maokai on the other side of this fight. Vladfire is trying to flee the scene. He is saving his ultimate, but here we have Rise getting ulted by Golden Glue. He's going to live through it. Now Cody's son is going to be the target for Vladfire. No kills as of yet. Givol Grace is returning to this side of the map with his team. They're looking for more action, and the next objective in this mid lane is the inhibitor turret.
Yeah, and they're looking for it with the Earth Dragon, doing a lot of damage there for them. However, the front line of JVG and Acadian are able to thwart out a little bit of damage. However, no minions for them, so not really able to prioritize that much, as the wave clear is still pretty alright for the side of Team Sky. They've got Linsanity and Fear to push it back.
Yeah, if that exact play happens once Ezreal gets his Trinity Force, I just really want to see that Rise ultimate. You know, that was one of those opportunities when Hip Grabbers, they were up in their faces, and they're still grouping fairly well, and they are going to be fleeing the scene here. Here comes Acadian trying to get in there, does get a 3-man knockup, and with the follow-up damage, Givol Grace is on a killing spree. Kills going to multiple members of Hip Grabbers as they just out-rotate Sky in this case, and they pick up 3 free kills.
Not even out-rotate, they just out trick. They just played the minds of Team Sky and were able to take that one for themselves. Going ahead and it was a wonderful little bit of mind game for them on the side of Hip Grabbers. It was quite phenomenal. And then going in and then rotating back. Let's look at it again. There's the flash. Knock up on all the people that they need, specifically on Insanity. Sasita not being able to do anything either. Just throw his ultimate down for a little bit of show. And then red turret being destroyed. That's an inhibitor open on the side of Team Sky in this bottom lane. And it's just complete bad news. Only 3 kills to 12. They have literally quintupled the kill score of Team Sky here, and they're looking for a dragon. This is another Earth Dragon, which means they're going to push down 20% faster than your average team. So now they're going to go ahead and push that one down, take that, and that also means that at 20 minutes, if it gets to the 20-minute mark, because at this rate, you do not know what's going to happen, as they could take the Baron down fairly quickly as well.
Yeah,
so
with those two dragons, and we are starting to see that power spike hit for Fear. He's got that Trinity Force, but is it too little too late at this point, as they are very far behind and they don't really have any ability to open anything up across the map. I guess their one remaining bastion of hope is Sasita here, pushing in this top lane, going to be meeting with Maokai there. Does have teleport and flash available, but JVG does also have teleport, so that would be matched 1-for-1. And I think if you're Team Sky, you've got to slow this game down, back off just a little bit, try to find picks and take advantage of mistakes here. JVG is getting jumped on in the top here. He's got a lot of healing, but Sasita is going hard under turret. He's going to be taking a lot of turret hits. Jovo Grace pops the ultimate and actually does get off the CC. Sasita is rooted in place, but is not going to fall. That's a solo kill going over to Fiora, but he is going to fall on the backside of that. Acadian getting credit for that one. It's still a 1-for-1 trade overall, and Sky may be feeling confident after that one, as the Baron's coming up in 17 seconds. Vladfire able to get some vision around that dragon pit, but it's across the map that we see the pressure. Cody-san and Nguyen getting the red buff.
Yeah, Sasita can still apply pressure and do a lot of work on his own, but it's the fact that the rest of Hip Grabbers is just so far ahead against the other parts. But it looks like Golden Glue, a lot of summoners being used. There's the Rise teleport. What are they looking for?
Yes, they do have somewhat of a flank here, but Flatfire, he does not have ultimate anymore, and he's very low. They are able to get some damage onto Golden Glue. The exhaust is out. Flatfire is still alive. Javol Grace trying to come in here with the teleport. Sasita is teleporting in as well. Let's see if they can get anything from this Sphere. Trying to make work with that Trinity Force. Sasita does get the kill onto Nyan. Trance now getting the bind onto, Jovel Grace to escape, but now Sasita is fleeing the scene. Low health bars for many members of both sides here, but Sky definitely feeling like they just need to take their winnings and get out of there. Sasita going to be healing up a little bit from these minions, but now he's finding himself against Acadian, and the knockup's going to come out, and the kill is there. A rampage for this 8-1-7 Acadian.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a dance there between Acadian and Sasita, because he was trying to riposte the knockup there, but Acadian was able to predict it, stayed underground a little bit longer and was able to pick that one up for himself. However, good fight there by Team Sky, because they were able to sort of spread the rest of Hip Grabbers out, solidify what they wanted. Sasita was able to stay long enough, was able to get the kill onto Nayun there, and then really just, it was lucky that they were able to spread out and really not have their whole entire team focused by like Golden Glue and Acadian, and their attention was more averted towards Sasita, who was able to get out in time and slip away and delay the chase for just a little bit longer for his team to reset and refocus. So speaking of refocus, that's really the name of the game here for Team Sky. Just keep the waves pushed out, go ahead and farm up as much as you can, and really just catch up, because your hyper carry game is just really, it's just, that's what they have to do. They just have to get those items back up and just catch up to the side of Hip Grabbers.
Yeah, it's 15-6 in kills. The last couple of fights, a glimmer of hope for Sky here, as they just need to make sure they don't make any major mistakes. And it looks like Acadian is heading towards this bot lane. He is going to be the answer to Sasita on that Fiora. And I guess they just feel confident enough that they don't have to worry about objectives going down across the map. But now I guess Sasita is heading that direction. They don't want this Baron to go over to Hip Grabbers. Let's see if they can get anything from it. Nayun getting caught out by a binding. Vision game being played here. Rise looking for an opportunity to ultimate, and they just don't have the confidence to find a flank at this point. And Acadian now showing his face in the bot lane means, yeah, they're going to have to answer that, and Sasita is the answer.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, is he has no teleport up for about the next 2 minutes here, so they can look for a possible Baron claim or just shove top in, as a matter of fact. Because Acadian has ultimate up, he can be able to just run to the top side, because there's a tunnel up there if they try and push for a Baron. However, if they're up in the up near top turret, near tier 2, then he won't be able to answer as quickly, and we'll have to run there with the same as Sasita. Well, the rest of the team, though, if it's a 4v4, you have to hand it over to Hip Grabbers right now, because you got a 3-in-1 Syndra. You have a very big Maokai, who, as we saw, was really hard to take down. But actually, here's the fight.
Yes, Nayun getting caught out. Vladfire is going to be trying to get onto Nayun, but there's no kill coming across. They've actually disengaged, maybe a little prematurely. Linsanity is here now, but they've lost their jungler. Vladfire does fall. Sasita is joining his team there, but Acadian is there as well, actually forcing the flash. But Acadian is unstoppable as he actually melts through fear. Trance goes down as well. Acadian going to be trying to stay alive here, does finally fall. Sasita getting credit for that one. Cody Sun and Nayun are here as well to try to provide support for the tree. He's very low, and Cody Sun flashes across the wall for the kill. Acadian, the only dead member from Hip Grabbers, and the rest of Team Sky is fallen. Linsanity with a low health bar, trying to heal up. He's going to try to keep their base alive, but with this turret going down, it's devastating for this Team Sky team.
Yeah, the death timers are still really low here. Fear and Trance are going to be up right now, as they are going to only be able to try and find this inhibitor. No damage being focused on, only JVG's trying to get it. JVG not going to be able to find it, and now the chase is back on. Their health bars are low, and Vladfire is looking for blood.
Yes, Jovel Grace is going to be fodder for this one. He is very tanky, but not quite tanky enough to stay alive, and here comes the Rise ultimate. They do get the flank. They're going to get into Nayun. He's got a big shield. Cody Sun trying to get in with his team, and they have actually successfully fleed this flank.
Sasita's teleporting from the back.
Yes, Sasita is indeed. There's still no inhibitors down. Cody Sun is very low, going to finally fall. Here comes Golden Glue in the base, as he is going to fall as well. And that's another turnaround. Team Sky are still in this one.
Yeah, they're trying their best to hold on. Acadian full health, and from the way we've seen him play, he's just going to burst people down so quickly. Let's see how fast Vladfire falls.
Yes, Vladfire goes down fairly quickly, but it was a little bit of a trap here for Acadian. He is so tanky and doing enough damage to stay in this one as well, as he does run away. Sasita looking for blood on this, and this Baron is a tasty treat for either of these teams, but Team Sky know they have to back off.
Yeah, they are not healthy enough to take this one, and a pink ward being on Baron, if they destroyed that pink ward, they'd immediately get a reply from either Acadian or one of the other members, and even at least one of the players outside of Nayun, if they were there, would probably thwart away the Team Sky's Baron attempt. Dragon is now live. It's an Ocean Drake, so not really something that's going to be really objectified here outside of for Team Sky, but just for Hip Grabbers to get a pat on the back for, get some more sustain on themselves. Just a little, like I said, a nice pat on the back for themselves.
It's definitely going to help them out at least a little bit. Nayun clearing up some vision around this Baron as Hip Grabbers trying to pull themselves back into control of this game. Vladfire going to be meeting Jovel Grace there. Not a lot of backup damage, but if Vladfire stays too long, Golden Glue is there. That's a lot of damage, but Ragnarok is going to keep him alive.
Yeah, you're going to have to back off from that one there, as 10 kills to 19. At least the kill lead has really thinned out for now. It's still about 10 kills differential, but still not as intimidating as literally a quintuple of kills. Curtain call being called out, which means inhibitor only going to be focused down and probably taken here. There's a lot of damage being wailed on it. Cody Sun is actually the one who's going to claim that one for his team, as the rest of Sky has to reassert and refocus onto this mid side here. Transing a lot of damage, though, might have to back off. It still looks like Hip Grabbers going to go back away for now, possibly assess for a Baron bait or a possible Baron attempt.
Yeah, they're going to be looking to get something off of this. They've got that bottom inhibitor, and that's going to make it very difficult for Sky to do anything, especially since Sasita does not have teleport, and if Hip Grabbers have been keeping track of that cooldown, they will know it. Juvol Grace also does have teleport for himself, so they have a lot of pressure across the map right now. And honestly, I feel like in that last interaction, Cody Sun's ultimate was a deterrent for Linsanity. They had to worry too much about dodging that they couldn't look for a flank. They also didn't have Vladfire's Ragnarok, and so it's a nice pickup there for Hip Grabbers.
Yeah, and at least the damage output has caught up just a little bit here on this side of Team Sky. You've got the Muramana as well as the Trinity Force on Fear, and then the Archangel Staff and Rod of Ages on Linsanity, so the damage has caught up. Now the tanks need to catch up a little bit more. Vladfire needs to get a little bit beefier, but also, again, Cecita needs to get some more damage as well and really be able to burst people down. Again, it's just Curtain Call doing what it can to zone people away, but now you're taking some damage from Linsanity as well. Dancing in between the trees here for the side of Hip Grabbers, as Cecita just pushing waves back. No Baron buff means that they can really clear the waves fairly easily, because Rise can clear those waves very fast with the new way that his combo and his kit works out. He does have a GA as well, so this might be the second inhibitor though.
Can they do it fast enough though? The inhibitor is dropping. Fiora has to deal with these minions in the bot lane, and Sky has to do something, and they're going to choose a fight here. Jewel Grace going a little bit low. Fiora continuing to push in this bot lane though means Grabbers do have the freedom to leave this fight intact, and that's another inhibitor in favor of Hip Grabbers and another nail in Team Sky's coffin here in Game 4. They really want to take it to Game 5, but any mistake will stop that. Vladfire is caught out. He is going to be melted, and he is down. Ragnarok not enough to save him this time, and that should mean a free Baron for Hip Grabbers.
Yeah, that does mean a free Baron. There is no smite on the side of Team Sky. They have to give this Baron up, and with 2 inhibitors down, that means they can pretty much just be pincered into their base here from 2 sides. And there we go. Katie, you're going to go and pick up that Baron for themselves, and now, because they're already pretty healthy, they can just go ahead, shove down mid, get a possible triple inhibitor style for themselves, as double super minions is always a bad sign for any team. It's really hard to come back from 3 inhibitors down. 20 kills to 10, and just under 8,000 gold difference. Here we go.
Look at that.
Continuous
the
pressure.
Damages on these buildings absolutely devastating, and those super empowered minions are not going to help either, as they are pouring into the base. All 5 members from both teams are alive, but Team Sky, they need to make a Hail Mary play happen if they're going to do anything. Otherwise, Hip Grabbers looking very strong to finish out this series and this event in style. They came to win, and it looks very much like they might be able to do it, and here it might come as Cody Sun does pop his ultimate. They are trying to get in behind him. Linsanity has the GA. Here comes Vladfire. He is taking a lot of damage, though. Cecita doing what he can on the front line, but those health bars are not going down nearly fast enough. First to fall is Trance. Linsanity is very low. Actually, sorry, popping his GA on this one will fall next. That's a double kill going over to Cody Sun. And with that, it's going to be GG, the final little stand here for Team Sky, as they are going to be going 3-1 against Hip Grabbers. Hip Grabbers are going to surely be the first Carbon Premier champions, as they're letting the minions do all the work for them.
Yeah, they're trying to look for the Penta there, just get some nice flair out for this first victory of the Carbon Premier. And once again, GG there for the 3-1 victory from just Hip Grabbers, and phenomenal play from both of these teams, and really just, fortunately, Hip Grabbers going ahead and taking that one out for themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, Hip Grabbers, they came to play, they came to win, and they did indeed do that here. Very strong. Let's actually take a look at one of those final plays one more time and just break that down a bit if we can. Hip Grabbers, they had plenty of plays, and this is just one of them that helped them at the end of this victory.
Yeah, so this was the last team fight, and this just shows how far ahead they were. Just Cecita not being able to do anything. Trance also just getting bursted down so quickly. Gotta say, Nayun's Monsoons were really well placed, because it just provided a lot of zoning pressure, and then on top of that, just like I said, they were already far ahead at that point anyways, so it's just sort of just salt in the wound there, winning that fight, and then really looking for a pentakill on that one and letting the minions take the Nexus for themselves, placing the victory flag down for them.
Well, I'll tell you, GG to both teams. These were definitely the top two teams in the bracket, and they made it here, and they had great showings. I think that all the teams are going to be stepping it up next time, as November is kind of when we're slotting our next event. Dates to be determined. This is, I guess, the end for us for this event. It's been incredibly fun. Thank you, everyone, for participating. Thank you very much for those 10 out of 10 transitions as well. And it was just been so fun, and I look forward to bringing you more League of Legends action. Coco the Dragon and Gilfrost signing out for now. Take it away, Chloe and friends.
Yeah, where's my where's my transition? But anyway, hey guys, welcome back. Huge congratulations to Hip Grabbers. Of course, the skies have darkened. But honestly, that game was kind of satisfying to watch, even though we were all kind of not he, but we were all kind of in the sky, camp.
I can relax.
And now everyone got their prediction wrong. I have to say.
Okay, well, I did 3-2.
Yeah, he was closest.
I predicted the winner. That's all that matters. Win-win, chicken dinner.
But I don't know. It's kind of a satisfying game to end on in that I think. Oh yes! Sorry. In that we kind of got to see kind of both teams respect each other a lot more. I mean, to a certain, the end was, its own individual thing, but Hip Grabbers was suddenly, at least, in this last game, kind of shut down from doing their usual tactics. You really saw them kind of bond together and realize that this is an enemy of a different caliber almost. And Team Sky, of course, almost had to switch up their tactics that, again, reminiscent of Hip Grabbers, and that they almost kind of oppositely, took on the attributes of each other's team. So I thought that was a pretty cool match to end on personally. But let's talk about Acadian. I mean, we talked about him a lot so far, but he deserves it. He is the Carbon Premier September 2016 MVP. Can you tell us why that is, and if there were any other honorable mentions?
Yeah, so Acadian, accordion.
You just love doing that, don't you?
It, but no, this is a challenger tournament. These are challenger teams. These guys have been trying for LCS qualifiers. For a player like Acadian to have scores like this, have an impact at this level, just shows he's above these players, and he's just on a different class, and that's why he's MVP. He was the reason why they won this tournament. He's the reason why they won the series. It's well done, Acadian. That's kind of why.
You can tell there's limited teamwork in Hawk's world. He's there is one player who did everything.
Well, I mean, yeah,
but no, going off of Hawk though, he is right. I mean, Acadian opened up so many options for Hip Grabbers to succeed. It just gave him so much freedom in the mid lane, in that bot lane. And that dynamic duo of Golden Glue and Acadian just took so much pressure away from all the lanes, and they let them really play their style of game and just really being annoying over the entire series.
Mm-hmm. I do think that Acadian was really good when he got pressured on his champion pool as well. Typically he was playing the Graves and the Nidalee, but when he was pushed on the Rek'Sai, he still proved his dominance. Golden Glue is the same way. He's been known for this tournament for the Jace, but pushed on the Syndra. Well, not really pushed on, but picking the Syndra, still proving his dominating performance. So props to both of them.
Yeah, I do real quick though want to shout out Sasita.
Oh yeah.
I was hoping you would.
Yeah,
I was
no. Team Sky, once they let him just open up and play his aggressive carry style, it completely changed their game. Those were the games that were close, and the game that they won was Sasita just being a monster in that top lane. Someone we talked about that just really carried for Sky in their previous series. So I'm happy they got him away from the tanks and just let him go for it.
I mean, even in that last game, even though they lost, he was 2-0 against the Maokai. He was doing really well, but the rest of his team was kind of over-aggressing on other sides of the map. And if they would have let him, play his own game and keep that split push going, keep that 1v1, I think there would have been a different outcome for that game. But
yeah, he was definitely their best winning card, and unfortunately, even though he was 2-0, I mean, this team was not performing so well. They fell under pressure, and it just didn't last. They didn't survive the early Acadian storm, which ended up being their downfall.
Finally, I mean, we've talked about both of these teams a lot. And anything else that you want to touch base on? Where do you see these guys in the future? Any advice that you want to impart us, the Yogi Masters here? I mean, obviously everyone did incredible, but we hope to keep, the Carbon Premiere running as a regular thing. And obviously we'd love to see, some of these teams return, but maybe they won't for other reasons. So share a little bit more insight into these teams and players one last time before we wrap things up here.
Yeah, so I'm pretty bad now, but I used to play in the amateur scene too, and I know these players, they're looking for their big shot. These players are trying to get into the LCS. This is their time to really shine, so please do watch more, support them, follow them, see them, really just take it to, in these tournaments, see because there isn't, really a good scene for people to kind of branch out and be noticed.
Yeah, and that's everything that we're trying to do here. We're really excited about the Challenger scene. We think there's a lot of stars that are undiscovered, and this is our way of pretty much saying thanks for putting in all that time and effort into becoming a player that we enjoy to watch. And I know we have return players, so we really appreciate those and the return teams, and we hope they keep coming because we'll be here, we'll be watching, and excited to watch you guys play.
I mean, I think all the teams here need to take this as a learning experience. Maybe this was their first tournament, or maybe this was the different substitutes for all the different teams. From what I've learned and from me playing competitively in the state is, it takes time to mesh with your team. It takes time. You have to go to tournaments. You have to adapt. You have to keep playing together. And so it's a work in progress, and they should take it as experience.
So with all that said, don't forget, we are Carbon Entertainment. There's plenty of outlets that you can follow us on. We do have another Carbon premiere, as Gil said, probably in November, as well as some other little events to look forward to. So keep us on the radar. Well, I suppose that's everything to take care of. From all of us to you here at Carbon Entertainment, I'm Raviv, signing off.
We're back from the dead. Hell yeah. We're back from the dead. Are you ready? Let's go. Back from the dead. We're back from the dead. Hell yeah. We're back from the dead. Back from the dead. Back from the dead.
Sound waves reaching the microphone are changed into impulses of electric current.
No need to worry about your pre-recorded music tapes being accidentally erased. It can't happen.
Yeah.